Hey everybody, welcome back to another Angry Coach Marathon. The second season of 2021 is drawing to a close, and I bet several dozen of you out there actually knew that. You know what that means. You gotta get those last points, so that way you don't get demoted when you're too scared to play a ladder game at the beginning of the next season. Oh, who am I kidding? Most of you won't play. But some of you did, hopefully at some time in the nearly somewhat recent past, and today we're going to be looking at your illustrious replays for a nominal fee, of course. So I welcome you to yet another Angry Coach Marathon, because as long as I can beat this dead horse and money keeps coming out of it in the form of your mom's credit card or something along those lines, I will continue doing so, because while you continue to fail at spending your money wisely, in or out of game, I will take that money and tell you at least somewhat how to do so. So welcome back to another Angry Coach Marathon. We're going to keep doing it. Smash that like button, subscribe. Don't be mad when I wake you up in 2 hours, because I know you kind of zoned out and weren't paying any attention, even if it was your own goddamn replays. With that all said, we will commence criticizing players who have played infinitely more games than you this year. Thank you for tuning in. Patreon, OnlyFans, TikTok, Twitter. What am I missing? I don't know. Figure it out. Check the description. I'm sure Jimmy didn't fail me there, because otherwise we'd have to fire him again. Thank you for watching. Good luck, and let's get started. What do we have today? We're going to be starting out this Angry Coach Marathon with... Are you the Zerg? We have Mach 11, but 2 different players. And, the Protoss. Arguably Platinum, Diamond, something like that. Who knows nowadays? Ranks don't... The points are made up and ranks don't matter. What matters is how willing you are to actually learn how to play Starcraft. Let's try blue today. We're gonna try blue. We're gonna do blue.
I'm sure it'll be better this time.
The fuck? Nothing. Now, fun fact, there's a 3-second countdown before the match. If something was said in the countdown, it will not be recorded for posterity.
Donation confirmed.
Thank you,
Authentic
Deej.
_ Deej just
You
donated
must
$15. Forgot about this, got to do it.
We've made it this far without panicking. So far, so boring. Oh yeah, we gotta... It's always... Why is Twitch chat over there? This is... We have to have Twitch chat so people can incriminate themselves. As is customary. There you go. Of course. For those watching closely. As they oftentimes do. Though so far, probably not. Yeah, say hello to yourself on YouTube after you like and subscribe. Are you still as much of a disappointment as you were when you wrote that message? Leave a comment.
Glory to the Daemon.
What's it gonna be? Alright. So you racked your brain, and you came up with Gateway. Alright, Mr. Cube. Why? Explain to me why that's a gateway. Because we got 160 gas, which is enough for anything. And we had the minerals until we built this gateway for some reason. And also, if you're going to build a gateway, why isn't it part of the wall? Gateway plus robo. But I cancel and put it in the wall. Alright, so I would say why a robo, but robo's, I guess, fine. We're thinking real hard here. I mean, this looks like something I would vaguely put in a guide. Robo is for people I don't... How has this happened? Can't work. I'm here in the shadows. A cute mineral wall. You could have just gone around, but sure, we'll teleport through. I mean, it's a wall. This map is it is harder
$15.
to wall off. It's actually a smaller wall, but that seems to confuse people dramatically. All right. What am I watching? So the robo is for observers. Research finished. Looks like we're going a lot of different directions. Not very quickly here. I'm still waiting on high sec auto tracking. So we're gonna get a fourth. Okay, a third rather. Okay, and then immortal. Is the, you know, I get we're slowly filling in. I can't even be that critical, cause like you're gonna get away with stuff like this. Usually the opponent is just as incompetent and is struggling to figure out what their build is around this level. Like they have an idea of where they want to be, but not how to get there particularly fast. So at least the greed is going for... Alright, so shield battery. Okay, the gateways are somewhat on time. Eventually we'll get a forge, Templar Archives, and a forge. Looks like a no-rush 8-minute game. Mind out of that cluster. And still in the game? Robo Bay. Okay. That's optimistic. Just keep filling in. We don't actually know what he's doing here. Technically, there was a scout, but it was more like a metaphor. All right, those were banelings.
It's a disaster.
You're all mined out of that mineral field. Research is done. Your forces are just... Why? Alright, I was on board. I was okay. I wasn't hyped about it, but I was happy. Well, I mean, we've been kind of struggling with building the probes. The tech has slumbered along. But why are we building cannons and batteries? You've got multiple warp gates. It's like, oh, but I'm scared of mutas. These don't defend mutas. Because I'm leaving. Yes, you are leaving. Yeah, but how do these defend mutas? Like, you're defending the back few patches of your mineral line. Also, you're leaving with 130 supply? Is that what we're doing? It's like, this is the time. Why? I don't know. I feel like it. I'm somewhat supply blocked. A little bit better. I'm not saying the cannons are a bad idea, but when you make cannons that make me think you're a Brood War player, 11 years into Starcraft 2, I'm not impressed. Not even a hint of mutas. Yes, I will accept one cannon in the mineral line. Maybe a battery. But not 2 cannons and a battery at the back of the mineral line, like the probes still have 4 IQ, like it's Brood War again. There have been no mutas. You are not even remotely close to maxed. There's no 4th base. Like, what I think we have here, tell me how close I am to accurate. You've been playing SC2 on and off for a while. You kind of, not recently, not that recently, but not, like, within the last couple years came across, you know, like, basic guides and tutorials, probably mine, based on the announcer pack. You've started trying to work towards that. I think you've sent in to Angry Coach maybe before. So you've made it that far, but at heart, you're still that Silver League Brood War player. It's a vibe thing. All right, we have vibe to blame for this. Once again. All right, I need to have just something for this. We need a it's vibe's fault counter. I'm gonna put one on the board. We'll add to the counter here. When people see Vibe do something or hear him do something and then do something that they blame upon him as some sort of bastardized interpretation, like when a toddler does a portrait of their parent and you're like, oh my god, that's so good, when really it looks closer to a poo emoji, and you're like, I haven't been this insecure since high school. Yeah, what I imagine is Vibe either doesn't do this at all, or Vibe is maxed out with the army you're supposed to have to attack. Not like whenever you feel like it. Like, it might be somewhat close to the right thing, but is it at the right time? In the right way? For the right reasons? No. But I guess it's better than nothing. Also, what does Winter say? Has anybody consulted Winter's guides on this one? What does Winter do in his games? I don't know. I hear he isn't making relevant content anymore, despite his guides being made essentially during the last, but it's not 2021. Those are from 2020. There's been so many balance patches. The only fucking balance patch between 2020 and now has been to buff Void Rays, and you've built 0 Void Rays. You took all the minerals from that cluster.
I return to serve.
Mineral. All right. Twitch chat, I want to make sure I get an opportunity to get people involved here. So, we see too many probes. We see money in the bank. We're doing a quote-unquote attack. There's a 4th base that is essentially just a twinkle in his eye right now. But he's selecting a bunch of probes. You have 30 seconds, Twitch chat. What's he gonna do with these probes that are selected right now? 5 probes, oversaturated. Build more pylons in production, that'd be acceptable. Cannons, and then cannon-related activities, or transfer workers, or give up on things. You know, the correct answer is to build more pylons and then go back to actually being productive, because having a few extra workers right now, when you're sitting on the edge of your opponent's creep and don't have a 4th, the correct move is to get unsupply blocked and make sure your army doesn't die because it's just sitting in no man's land right now. But the people say transfer workers / nothing, because that number's red, and that's bad. Okay? Red is a bad number. You could quote me on that one. As we see here. This is just a general... That's a general... I'm gonna start giving strikes for quoting Vibe incorrectly, even though he is my direct competition in many ways. But, like... I do like when people don't just make shit up and blame it on someone else. I do appreciate that. And I'm not finding myself very appreciative right now. Alright, what is he gonna do? Nice job, Twitch chat. Alright, there you go. Subs for the people. It's not the wrong thing to do. It's just not the most right thing to do. Okay, make no mistake. So far, nothing has been outright wrong. It has just been poorly prioritized.
Alchemist Pagan just donated $30.
Alchemist
You
Pagan.
got me to diamond with the last coaching. Could I please buy 2 games tonight to help me get further? Maybe a
Alchemist
short
Pagan
loss
is going to
and
be
a
the
long
inspiration
loss.
to raise the
It's
price.
up to you though.
Thank you.
Your upgrade is complete.
All right, there's the 4th. How did you build that? How did you build that with your camera over there? What the hell? Who does it? What madman? What psychopath?
Upgrade
This is... I'm on his camera.
complete.
What?
At what cost?
What? Who does that?
Who does that?
What? Oh my god. I mean, I guess technically you could. And my screen is 1440p. Unless you're playing... Hi, Britt. With 69 bucks and biddies. Need coaching. I'm sure you do. Yeah. Just like I need to cut off one of my fingers and shove it into your eye. Shift Q is a thing. That's not a shift Q. The probe was sitting there the whole time. He selected it and built it. Like that. He's got a 38-inch monitor, okay? And he's playing on 4K resolution. He got it from Loco. Alright, so now it's time for the 144 supply timing. I will give credit where credit is due. He got his 4th, and he tried to organize his economy to an extent before attacking. So that's better than attacking and then picking up the pieces. I want to make sure that is pointed out. Are you... Okay. Like, he knows you're there now. What? I don't mind the Stargates, but like... Like, you're here. We're going Stargate. Why Colossi? Why are we building Colossi now? You just built 3 Stargates. Now you're gonna spend 400 gas on Colossi? Like, maybe let's try figuring out what his army is. How about that? Maybe if his army is mass lurker, Colossi are not great against lurkers. They're not terrible, but they're definitely not great. It really comes down to the lurker count and whether they have hive. And also, I mean, just attacking because Protoss units are amazing works. Oh, I guess, okay. Just... So here's what you do. You remember you have a warp prism. There you go. I want to point out, we're going to go back. So right now, his army, the army supplies are 80 to 63. But what happens is you show up for like 5 seconds on the creep, and he's like, oh shit. Because that was right after the poke into the creep tumors. And he builds like 30 more supply, because of course he does. Colossi do not outrange lurkers once they have their range upgrade. Extended Thermal Lance allows you to outrange them by 1, but once they get the range, the lurkers outrange by 1. So Colossi are no longer really an option.
We embrace the glory of Plat.
So yeah, that was a perfectly good fight until we kind of just gave up on it. Okay. As soon, like, once you lose your storms, are you going to win the fight? Yes? No. The answer is usually no. Not like, I don't know, let's find out. There was no reason all the Immortals and Archons needed to die. If you just go in, kill all the lurkers, and pull back, that's a huge win. That's a big win. And you turn that, like, let's look at the units lost, alright? Alright. Lurkers are dead. We killed the lurkers. Good. Alright, fight a little more. Not going incredible. This is the units lost right now. There is no reason you can't back the fuck up. He has a lot going on here. Maybe 1 or 2 more storms could turn it. But there is no reason not to turn around. I don't count standing fighting for a couple seconds, standing fighting, retreating poorly. I don't count that as turning around. I count turning around as right-clicking on your side of the map, or at least fully backwards. So, you went from 2,000 less resources lost to... because you didn't know how to pull out, which you should be used to because that's why you're here. So now you've lost more. You went from a 2,000 lead to 100 less. Or 100 more. That was kind of unforced. Was there an essay with this one? Did you write anything important that I can now throw back at you? How to make a timing? Oh yeah, like, here's what you do, is you attack, not just like sit around and wait for him to make more army and then throw away your whole... How to make a timing? That was the comment. How to make a timing. Either you max out, or when you move out, you attack. Not just sit around and wait for him to build a larger army.
Your base is under attack. Research mined out of that cluster. And still in the game? An upgrade's been completed.
Help me make a timing or just suck less. Here's the timing. 200 supply. 75 probes, plus 2 attack, and 200 supply. That timing, 10 minutes. There you go.
Upgrades finished up.
There's your timing.
Army under attack. Upgrade is all done. Mineral field.
Disgusting. Oh yeah, another weakness of the Colossi is now your entire army is countered by corruptors.
An upgrade's been completed.
So
Upgrade assembly is exhausted. Upgrade. Defend them. You took a mineral field has been depleted. You're up.
yeah, it's over. Like,
You've used
this is one of the, honestly, one of the most coachable replays we've seen in a while. There are a lot of things that are fine, and a lot of things that are not. Like, well, yes and no. I'm kind of walking that back, because a lot of the issues are with decision making. Like, do I attack or do I not attack? And that's hard to learn / teach. A lot harder than, here's a build order, like, write it in blood on your wrist, and use your other wrist to execute it. So there is that. I would say, with how you're playing, no Stargates, just max out on 4 bases at 10 minutes and attack. And if the first attack isn't going to work, well, the beauty of warp prisms in the main cannot be underestimated.
You engage the enemy. You're upgrade. You're all mined up. Mined out of that cluster. And still in the game?
Will we see a carrier die to parasitic bomb? It could happen.
Mineral field depleted. Upgrade complete. GG. Next time.
So what is that, Diamond 3? Jimmy! B. For be better. It's the Mac, like, Immortal Archon charge lot, but like you stopped at 140. It goes to 200. You stopped at 140. I don't care what the opponent was doing. Thank you, Agent, for gifting to the people. Do they deserve it?
Agent 2016 has gifted 10 subs to viewers.
I'm gonna have to give it an all right. Like, it was fine, but also lacking in some foresight there. Like, just think about what I want you to do is the next 5 games you play. You go watch the replay. Just press the fucking rewind button after you you GG'd. Okay? And I want you to go to the first time there's a fight. And I want you to look at your supply. And I want you to see, is it 200? And if no, why? Okay? That's it. Nothing else. Just look at it. Don't even try to remember it. Just internalize. Anyways. Is this really second? Deej, are you really second here? Yes, I guess so. Extra 5, because it's long. You know, you're just going to get 3 strikes and be out. But sure. We don't know how long it is because he's not using SE2 replay stats. But instead, is just like, here's one replay. So already in showing me drop.sc, you know what drop.sc is? Drop.sc is how you upload a single replay easily. It's also SC2 replay stats for lazy people. Because it's directly connected. SC2 replay stats took over the site like 3 years ago. So it just tells me, like, that's the, no, I wouldn't like to order monthly. I would just like to buy it once a month for a higher price. That's why I don't use my Twitch Prime. So this is a couple hundred MMR under. Here. No, not here. Not here now. That hindsight is not helpful. It just indicates your lack of planning. You have not evolved.
Your probes are under attack.
Okay, so why is this pylon here?
New subscriber detected.
Explain to me.
Bucket of Nubbins is
Thank
chilling
you,
for
Bucket.
1 month.
Thank you again, Agent, as well. Explain to me what this pylon is for. We're in Diamond. We're supposed to have a plan. No explanation. Well, like, just like Zerg should be able to figure out their first few overlords, just like Terran should be able to set up their first few buildings with add-ons, Protoss should know where at least the first 2 or 3 pylons, like at least the second one. The first one is already in a questionable spot, but I'll accept it. It's fine. The second one is obvious. Well, I need a second pylon. I guess I'll put it out here. Like, if you're like more space to build stuff, I'd say I don't like it, but fine. If it was at the natural to potentially wall off against Hellions, good. If it was the other side of the main to have the ability to warp in there. But no explanation. No explanation is not... The only credit I'll give is for honesty here. But honesty, you're a Protoss, okay? I'm not going to expand on that point anymore. Okay, so not only here have you chrono boosted the Nexus, but like, you just stopped building probes. Alright. Okay, just kind of wasted half a chrono boost there. How come I didn't get a sub alert? Did you sub? You're sub now, but if you didn't... you know what?
I am here.
No, no. Fuck you. No, not that. Not this. Jimmy! Fuck you. Alright. You come in here like, I can't get over the hump. That's because every time, every game, like the hump is 2 minutes in. And you're like, oh my god, there's that hump again. I can't believe I didn't see this coming. Like, you have to be able to plan. Nothing has happened. Nothing has happened. You've scouted. He's indeed Terran, and he built a barracks. Wow. Like, you have to be able to make it to 3 minutes without being like, oh my god, I guess I gotta build some pylons all over the place. No, no. Like,
New
no.
subscriber detected.
Even for building a pylon on the
This
low
spot
ground,
is
that's not a
chilling
great
for 1
spot.
month.
Because you can't wall off. Like, maybe you can build a shield battery, but the pylon goes, like, right here. Right where it go in Protoss versus Zerg to wall off. Because if you're going to build a pylon on the low ground against Terran, it's to wall off. Against, ideally, Hellions. Not that I think too many players are using Hellions at this level, but I digress. What this pylon says is, I have no plan. We're getting a sentry. Why are you getting a sentry? Because I have no plan. We're continuing with only 1 out of 2 probes in production. Because I have no plan. I get pushed by Terran constantly at 4 to 5 minutes. Because I have no plan. Thank you, the G-Spot X. Yeah, which is why, of utmost importance in those winter guides no one watches, apparently. Or maybe the ones who do don't send in to Angry Coach because they fucking learn anything. The most important thing for Protoss to do in every matchup is get your tech online. Not to set up fucking static defense, you static-brained buffoon. It's to get your tech, because that is what Protoss relies upon. I balance whined, or design whined, I guess, about how Protoss is pigeonholed into having a bunch of high-tech units that are kind of a real pain to deal with, because their gateway units suck so much dick, which is impressive for things without mouths. But that must have flown all the way over your tiny head, because you're over here like, I get attacked, so I need shield batteries. Like that's gonna solve anything. You were here for that rant. You were here for multiple years. You were here for all these guides, and you're coming up with shield batteries. That's what you're doing. LOL, honestly, from Vibe. Put it on the board. Ring! Everything stops until we can deal with that one Reaper. When was the last time we got attacked by a Reaper? The last time we played a Terran, sir. Who could have expected this? You see, this is where I think Vibe makes a mistake. I'll be honest, I haven't watched very much at all of his Bronze to Masters. And so that makes all of us, apparently. But Vibe does his best to really kind of give you an exact build, exact benchmarks, things to look for. What I do more is try to give you things to look for and how to think for yourself, essentially. Learn critical thinking, so that way if something slightly changes, your build is not a total disaster. So Vibe made the mistake of thinking people would remember things past the 2-minute mark of any particular video or in a game or otherwise, because the average attention span is about 20 seconds. Classic mistake. So why are we building an Immortal? What if he builds any air units? Like a Liberator. What if there's a Widowmine drop? What is an Immortal counter?
Research complete.
It's weird. Vibe suddenly assumes you have a good grasp of efficiency of build. Yes, suddenly. All right, add it to 3. I don't know if I'm counting random people in Twitch chat. Not if they're not. I can't do that. That's just. This is all just free advertising here. But I guess you're paying me, so I can't complain too much. Focusing on the macro, no other reason. Yeah, maybe 6 to 8 minutes. I'm just throwing out numbers. Yes, you've thrown out numbers a long time ago. Numbers have not really had an effect on anything for a while, I assume. Okay, so you did a hallucinated Phoenix Scout. Okay, all right. Your build is terrible. This is not a build. This is like, I built a Robo, and now I'm scared of the existential threat that is Terran. I'm not saying that these are not necessarily the buildings you should build or the units you should have, but it's super obvious there was no plan going in, and there's still no plan.
HP 1900.
Twilight Council.
Just
All right.
$20.
All right.
One but struggled.
So, this is Deej has no plan. But what Twilight for? Charge, blink, other, which could include glaives, dark shrine. What is the first thing? Twitch chat. Try to get in the mind of this squirrel cosplay here. Other also encompasses nothing. Just the Twilight only sits there and eventually helps get +2 or something. Just to be clear. The people say blink. It's not. It's not blink. If it's blink, it's a strike. Okay, there's no way that's blink. This man has been blinking with both eyes for most of the game. Okay, observers exist. It's charged. I told you. He has stalkers. Vibe says blink against Terran to get the drops. So that's why you go charge, right? And then double forge. You have 2 gateways. What are you upgrading? What are the upgrades for? Who said I listened to him? You're quoting. Oh, he got 1 observer. I guess that cuts it. Oh, God. This is a disaster. Like, I'm not sure that this is, like, I am impressed. Okay, this is impressive to me. This might be one of the worst observer placements you could possibly have. Why? This is the only area of the map that units are never going to go unless he's doing a tank push on this exact location. Like, if the observer was out in the corner, at least you could pretend it was for drops. But units do not path to this. Even if he's attacking your natural, he has to go through this area. So this observer is seeing a whole lot of nothing. It's almost, unless he's doing a tank push exactly right there. Every other angle is completely uncovered. So this is more like a look. I have an observer. Okay. So you have 60 probes. How many gateways, Deesh? This is your chance. At 60 probes, how many gates do I say you should have? Or at least you should build up to? 8 to 10. Okay, how many gates do you have? 8 to 10 is correct. He got that right, so that's worse. It's not a trick question. It's on the screen. There are 2 with 0 more in production. So that's wrong. Like, obviously. There you go. 2, 3. We're trying. Like 3 more. But first, it's time to get some fucking useless-ass cannons and batteries. This will defend approximately 30% of my mineral line. How much does a cannon cost? These are obvious questions. I'm not waiting for the toddler to answer. 150 minerals. How much does a gateway cost? 150 minerals. It's a direct correlation. Every cannon you build and every battery and a half is a gateway that wasn't built and is a testament to your ineptitude. Wow. For a second, I'm like, all right, that's a reasonable amount of gates. And then you're like, and then this battery. You went out of the way. You canceled the gates. I mean, you might build them now, but we can see what's on the mind here. The hallucinated phoenixes. At some point, the observer's on patrol. Patrolling it at some points it does reach the area that an attack could come. I will give it that. That is You know, it's gotten better. Like, this is one of those, like, learn a build. You literally, like, come on. The first 2 pylons, the first 60 probes, this is the easiest stuff, and it's the stuff people skip over. Because, like, oh, I got the gist. Archons, Immortals, charge lots, upgrade. Yeah. Skip to 8 minutes in the guide. No! Because we could be in this exact position a solid minute, maybe 2 earlier. It's just okay. That you got the probes. You did a good job on the probes. Oh my god! But I had an observer. Where did the observer go? Where did the observer go? Oh. The observer sees it. Okay. The observer just sees all of this. Okay.
Upgrade complete. You're out of supply.
I think we saw it too. Yeah, it seems like there's a vague... No, well, I don't know. It's hard to say. Okay, alright. You know what? For once, you know there's a select all army hotkey? It's not like if you're gonna warp in a dozen charge lots and not hotkey them. I mean, there was a select army. I think he's trying not to use it, but at the worst times. Yeah, the charge lots are moving down here. They would move. Like, now is the time. Oof. Thankfully, we got the gates. Honestly, it's not a terrible defense. Archons are amazing. Oof. It's not good. It's definitely not incredible. But, like, it's not terrible. It is... Yeah. It worked. And there was an attempt to counterattack. Like, all the pieces are there. But just... incredibly rough. Honestly, I like this one more than last game. If Deej didn't black out for the first 8 minutes of the game, I think he'd be higher MMR than our previous player, who was obviously trying to hold back the Silver Leaguer. I don't think Deej remembers being a Silver Leaguer. I just think he just has no memory, like, long term. But eventually we end up at a 12 gateways, plenty of probes, and the only reason we survived is because of the gateway count. More Immortals, Archons, and Charge Lots.
Wow, you're capped out.
Yeah, the lack of vision is almost absolute. So that's obviously a problem. Okay. Yeah, that could have been handled a little better. But, like, 16 gates gives you a lot of leeway.
I return to serve.
Guys, we're running out of minerals back home.
Vespian guys are exhausted.
I don't know, Kev. I don't know.
We're running out of
It's a
minerals
very
back home.
Zest-like strategy.
That mineral field. Bigger. Faster, stronger, upgraded.
Just throw them into the fray.
They're going after your pylon.
Ugh.
That feels
Huh. Yeah, like this is what this should look like at this point. Like, plenty of probes, great upgrade. In fact, this is when you'd usually start going Stargate.
Thespian geyser upgrade.
It's just we really struggle. Well, and this is why we'd start going Stargate. Just to be clear. Yeah. He's found the weak spot. So essentially, when you're maxed out on 4 bases, that's when you build the Stargate. Because Liberators are the danger.
Geyser's empty. Your base is under attack. Watch your mineral line.
Phoenixes don't really kill Liberators. Or battle cruisers, which is happening.
Base is under attack, man.
This is a Void Ray or Tempest situation. Especially without upgrades. Yeah, how many Phoenixes does it take to kill an armored Liberator? Like, any armor upgrade. A lot. It's a lot of Phoenixes. What a game.
We're running out of minerals back home.
What a game. We've lost 17,000 more. But
Mineral field.
all that matters is the last one. Yeah.
Geyser's empty.
If he actually makes a sizable amount of battle cruisers, that's when you kind of need Tempest.
Mineral field depleted.
Because they have the built-in extra damage.
Geyser exhausted.
Yeah, I didn't really expect this to end like this. But here we are.
They're attacking your probes. Watch your mineral line. We're running out of
Mineral field depleted.
We're running out of minerals back home.
Your probes are under attack.
Your base is under attack.
This is what he meant by long game.
GG. Better luck next time.
Yeah. So, almost the opposite of the previous match. Though very similar MMR. This has a lot more potential because if Deej didn't essentially let his kid, and I'm assuming not like Rainer at 8 years old, but like a 2-year-old handle the keyboard for pylon placement and other build order related choices for 5 minutes. Like, as soon as we got to 3 bases, it started looking pretty good. Before that, it looked like a build order stew. And you know my feelings on that. So this one ends up at a B+. Just because the build was very bad. Like, and by build, I mean whatever that was. But I see libs, I go Stargate. 4 bases, 200 supply, just get a Stargate. Alright? Doesn't need to see libs. Though if you see libs, yeah, sure. Before 200 supply and Liberators are out, you've either macroed poorly or they've rushed it. So, and not Phoenixes do not counter anything at that stage. You are not going to micro Phoenixes and you will not have the upgrades to make them useful. Never Phoenixes. You do not deserve them. So, that is... It's alright. Yeah, you are not a man. You would make Roddy cry, I assume, with your average Phoenix micro. All right, we have changing gears. WinterStarcraft versus Peruvian Swarm. Zerg versus Zerg. And away we go. The bottom of the barrel diamond. Advanced platinum. No further commentary here besides just sending it in. ZVZ, a bit of a mess. Where are the Ovies going? These Mr. Swarms here. Both Ovies are headed to the same place. And neither are at his third.
We cooked up a fresh queen for you.
In ZVZ, first Ovi outside the natural. You can usually, with 3 Ovies, see every attack angle. And the third OV is to cover for the first one if it gets pushed away. But here we have 2 OVs covering the same angle and none checking if there's a third. And right now, the most relevant information is he taking a third? Not a huge deal, but will lose you games if you're not checking.
All done evolving.
Alright, so that was a bunch of Zerglings coming out. Not even trying to hide.
Queen's all done.
Did we see them? Baneling should have been made the second the Baneling nest finished. The moment it finished, there should have been these 2 lings becoming Banelings. There is no excuse for them not being. And now what will happen is we're going to lose the third. We knew the lings were coming, or at least they were spotted.
Base under assault. What would Brenda do?
This isn't a huge commitment out of the opponent. Like, this is essentially designed to kill the third. And by designed, I mean, like, he just made a bunch of lings. But with a couple Banes, it's completely holdable. But it is not all in. And right now, by not getting Banelings in a timely manner, like, the point of the Overlords is to see the lings coming out. The Overlords saw the lings come out. It appears we did not notice, and now we're behind. Like, you have to use your eyes. There was plenty of time.
Your brood is under
The
attack.
base will have to be canceled. Building 2 spines is a gross overreaction. We also have a Baneling nest. The other, like, he's now got 32 drones, and we have no vision of a third. These are all just basic things. Having an Overlord in position to see the third, and also using it to see Zerglings. This is complete and total overreaction. That was one of the most standard things he could have done. If you don't see the lings coming out, well, you're not gonna get, like, I don't have any tips for that. They were in the right spot.
New subscriber.
That's Roach Warren number 2.
Insult Master is chillin' for 12 months.
Like, two spines is already, we're already super far behind. At this point, by the way, like, I wouldn't leave the game, but like, seeing the third done, which once again should have already been
The
seen,
enemy is attacking your swarm.
you have to at least cancel the spine. I think this game was sent in, and I could tell from the the graph on the replay. This game was sent in because it felt like I was behind, and there's nothing I could do. Now what you could do is use your eyes. Like, we're building 10 more lings now, despite being behind economically. Where's that second roach one I heard so much about? Looks like one of them was canceled. Maybe it was the opponent. I don't know.
I knew Queen is ready.
Yeah, those banelings a little on the late side. Building 10 more lings right now, as the roach horn is finishing, is a waste of 5 more larvae. We're not going to be going ling bane. Oh my god. That lair is incredibly late. Everything's terrible now. When you lose a third to someone who's going ling bane, when you're also going ling bane, your only chance is to hit another timing before they can get to it. Like maybe they built way more lings, so they overran your third. But if you built a similar amount of lings, and you're also behind on lair, and you're also behind on +1, and you're also behind on roach speed, there's no comeback mechanic. You're both Zerg. He just has more of the same thing. So a lot of it does come down to overlords in the right spots. The Spire is the most obvious yet possibly only option at this
You
stage.
took all the minerals from that cluster. Your base is under attack. Under attack. Panic time.
Calling the queens for defense was good. But the board is already set on this one. Like, even with the Spire finishing, there's not nearly enough gas to build a significant number of mutas.
Mind out of that cluster. And
Especially if you build Ravagers.
still in the game? Nice.
We canceled Roach Speed to get mutas. And then went Roaches. So no. Yeah, the Ravagers kind of undercut any sort of muta play. That was 400 gas almost of Ravagers. That was 400 gas. So that was too much. And now mutas are desperate. So what was the play here? I think the play was actually defending go mutas, but the Ravagers sealed the deal. It's showing the mutas at this stage. Like,
Queen ready. Brenda.
I don't think he even notices the mutas. Because there is only one.
Your precious base. Oh no.
I don't know what happened to the... Did it die to corrosive bile? I thought there were two. Well...
Base under attack. Did you? Don't worry.
Oh, that was a boring loss.
It's about
Yeah,
complaining
like
and
when
the
you
internet.
don't see a bunch of Zerglings come out, and then you don't use Lings and Banes to defend against Lings and Banes, and then you over-defend and get behind economically. You're kind of just losing. The Spire was an option, and the defense against the Roaches was pretty good, right up until the Ravagers were built. And that's what undercut any chance of the mutas being the comeback. Because two mutas do nothing but draw comedic effect. He just looks at the mutas like, are you serious? Two mutas? Is it alright? Like, where's 12 more? But yeah, that was lost, honestly, in the Overlord phase. And that's how mirror matchups are. Like, mirror matchups have a very thin margin, especially as you go up to higher level. This wasn't particularly high level, which means there were many options, but that was a glaring issue. So, like, I don't know, that was like a C. That was exactly what I'd expect to see from Low Diamond, which is, oh my god, he has Zerglings! Dude, you can also make Zerglings. I know. It sounds crazy, but... So, I guess the most casual and boring shame. Because, like...
Shame.
There you go. Very calm. Yes, Winter, it says angry coach. Be angry disproportionately because people are making mundane mistakes that aren't particularly egregious. But you're also being more calm because of that. And I don't like it, and I don't understand nuance. Kappa. Alright. Playing Zerg for variety. I'm negative XP. Wait, who was this then? Whose replay is this? I'm negative XP. Are you though? Your liberty? Ah. Did the Corruptors cost me the 32-minute game? Well, let's find out. So yeah, that's a little sus from the Terran there. Okay. No complaints. The Overlords sending 3 OVs across the map. 2 is already questionable. Sending 3 OVs across is just asking to get supply blocked. But like, I can't get like too critical about it, but you'll rarely see more than 2, even if 2 at a higher level. I like having all of the vision. Well, that's why you put the OVs on your side of the map, so that way, instead of getting sniped, they can be protected by queens, and also you have warning, because these don't cover anything that flies out of a starport. They cover half-hearted attacks, and will die the first time a medevac shows up. Like, is there a Liberator? Hellions? Well, Hellions you probably see. Any air units? So, just because you have vision on his side, most of the danger from Terran doesn't come walking out of the base early. Hyperflight Rotor Terran. Okay. Meanwhile, I can put no fault with the build. There's a lack of... Okay, need to simmer down on the OVs doing that, but the creep spread should have been started at the 3rd, where the Evo chambers... About those Evo chambers? No, we're Overlord microing. Why are you building Banelings? Why are there Banelings? But I don't know what he's doing. But if he had something you needed Banelings against,
detected.
let alone 10 of them...
Team Air 1 is chillin' for 25 months. Much love at Winter Gaming.
Oh, now we remember the Evo chambers after spending... Like, I can... That's 250 gas of Banelings. I saw the NG. So I thought he was doing a 1-1 stim push. You also saw a tank in a bunker. So that tells a different story. Also, you like having all of the vision, but you didn't send any OVs in to see what he was doing. Because if you had sent them in, you may have seen either more command centers, multiple starports, another factory. Of course, some of those are relatively recent. But you saw an NG bay and made a whole lot of assumptions. Whereas he's doing almost as far as you can get from a 1-1 stim push. It is almost the other entire direction. Overlord speed exists. Infestation pit. Spire. Okay. Alright. So what is your opponent doing at this stage? I would argue before you spend several hundred gas on tech, maybe you should, like, have some idea at all about what he's actually doing. As opposed to just assuming based on one engineering bay. Because it's not going to be the corruptors that cost you the game. It's not going to be a lack of creep spread. It's not going to be a lack of upgrades. It's going to be the fact that you didn't scout yet a fusion core, 4 command centers, and mass cloak speed banshee until several minutes after it actually happened. That is going to be why. His mainling is not really paying off. So this, now you're really outing yourself as a diamond Zerg. I know you're more accomplished with Protoss, but so is my left hand. So it's like, oh my god, I'm under attack! Build more Zerglings! So how are those Zerglings gonna help out? Technically, if you use your eyes, you could see a planetary at his third. So the Zerglings, will they provide... Maybe the Banshees will run out of ammo. Maybe they'll have a moral epiphany where they're like, maybe we shouldn't be slaughtering all these innocent Zerglings, I assume is what we're doing with our unupgraded Zerglings. 0-0, by the way. Overlord speed now. Why are you building more Banelings? This is a... What are you doing? What the Jimmy! But I lost so many... That 1-1 stim push is coming in any day now. Banelings have done nothing but die this game. And I mean, that's sometimes a good thing. But... point me to one situation you have seen that the Banelings would be a useful choice over almost anything else. Not only did we waste all the money on the initial Banes now, but we've now built 12 more Banelings. Another 250... Wait, no, 300 gas. We've now spent 600 gas on Banelings and 0 on upgrades. To crack the planetary. Shut the fuck up. Have the decency to not speak. With your non-speed Banelings, with cloaked Banshees on the field. Jesus. It's not. It could have been a rhetorical question. You could have just not said anything. But here we are. You know, I don't know if creep spread's really the top priority right now.
Mineral field.
Well, maybe we can go get that planetary. So what's the best case scenario? How many Banes? How many unupgraded Banelings does it take to kill a planetary? What do you think the number is? And I'll tell you right now, they do 80 damage on hit. Alright. So, a planetary is 1,500. What's 1,500 divided by 80? You might ask. The answer is 18.75. So, best case scenario, we're going to say 18 to do a little easier math. So that is 450 gas to kill a 150 gas planetary. Let alone minerals and larvae. Maybe you'll get some SCVs. It's not the corruptors that lose you the game. Okay? I'm gonna give you this right. Here's your answer. Do I need to do the other 26 minutes of this disaster? Because, of course, the Terran player is so incompetent and incapable of ending the game. He's probably at 68 APM right now. No. Dozens more. But this is not the type of Terran who ends games. This is the Terran who plays his 3 matches for as long as possible, and eventually all roads lead to battlecruisers. So it's not the Corruptors. It's not the Spire. It's not the tech choices. It's the lack of any choice but Banelings for the first 8 minutes of the match. You have made Zerglings, and you have made Banelings. You've also made a lot of other stuff, but none of it has been upgrades until recently. You got an Infestation Pit and a Spire, and did not have the willingness to wait any amount of time for them. You got 1,800 minerals and 160 gas. There are not 2, but 4 Cloaked Banshees on the field. I'm not sure if we saw 4 of them. But if I see another Baneling built past this point, I'm turning the replay off. Until I see anything but air units, and you build any more Baneling, like, you've got bigger issues. What is the answer? Roach Corruptor. Bludgeon the air and bludgeon the ground. Ling Bane, I already tell people in Diamond, is not the answer. Even if he was going Mass Marine, is not necessarily the answer. And he is not.
Process complete.
Fuck you. Come back next time. We'll look at a different replay.
Get the fuck out of here!
That is why you lost. Because you had a lot of time. You had so long to not do that. But you decided at any point that was worth doing. I don't care about the rest of the game because that was any part of it. In fact, that was your first attack. Let's see if we find something less egregious. Less of an embarrassment. Unfortunately, winning many of these games recently. Almost all. Except for the 2-minute ones. Oh, PD Penguin, are you around? Nice job. PD Penguin has played in some viewer games as well. To less success than against our current challenger, but he did pay for 2 replays. Maybe his Zerg versus Protoss is less. Always good to get 2 birds with one particular stone. It was not the Corruptors. That is not what made you live. But fresh eyes. With all that said and done, unfortunately. I make 20 Corruptors to kill the BCs and he goes Thors. Yeah, that'd be fine. If you hadn't wasted the first 8 minutes. In fact, it's super easy to just smash a Terran who's turtling on planetaries, because usually their macro is quite poor. But if you help them along... It was the slow Banes. If they were at least speed Banes, you could be like, I'm very committed to this stupid strategy. But it wasn't even that. That was no commitment to an incredibly stupid strategy, which is more sad. Okay, so Overlord speed. Why are you getting Overlord speed? What is the point of Overlord speed? is it like a bureaucratic obligation? Or... why are you losing your overlords? If you waited 10 more seconds, you would have overlord speed. And not lose your OVs to a stalker. This OV may live. Or the German taxi build, if I see a Stargate. Well, you're not going to see shit, because you sent your stupid-ass overlords in before overlord speed, you stupid bitch. This is like if the German taxi, like you bought 4 tires and no car. Like, I've got the tires. You don't even have a lair. To do the German taxi build, you need a lair. So, like, you're putting the cart before the taxi. And, like, what if he doesn't go Stargate?
New subscriber detected.
What if he goes
Chilling
DTs?
for 54 months. Is it a fake taxi, though?
It's possible. So the problem with doing stuff like this is Zerg is not Protoss. You don't get to get everything and also your economy at the same time. You have to decide via larva. Your larva makes your supply. Your larva makes your economy. And your larva makes your army. When you throw away so much larva on things that are not useful, like multiple overlords, even with speed, now you find yourself lacking in economy and in army. So, he goes DTs. We lost 2 OVs for that information. And also, despite scouting it, we're going to be behind. It's hard not to be against a DT build. It kind of relies on just countering it. But no favors here have been done. Also, the fact that we got Overlord speed and then lost 2 OVs. You can either lose 2 OVs and not go Overlord speed. You saved 100. Or you get Overlord speed and you don't lose the OVs. If you do both, you've gotten the worst of both worlds. Are we looking at Mr. DT Protoss here? Remember the Dark Shrine? Not before the creeps, Brad. Wow, straight into Archons. So, despite the floundering early game, this is not a terrible follow-up. Though there's no great follow-ups because the economy kind of sucks. Road speed, you're kind of forced into it. No, we're not doing the German taxi build anymore. He has Archons. He does not have Void Rays. Those are Archons. Also, there's not even a... I guess there's enough queens. You know what? Like, are you blind? What? We just let him? There was no reaction. They just kill like 8 drones before... I mean... I don't think this is the worst build you could ever do. Like, in the situation. It is. Honestly. I don't mind it. I mean, it was never gonna go great. Way too far behind, but... there were no other options. This far along. Especially after losing more drones. Not a bad recovery as well. The Protoss should have attacked by now. Penguin, what are you doing? Ah, yes, the classic warp prism in the main. There you go.
Helic has just donated $20. sc2replaystats.com/replace/195.
That was better.
2635.
Not good.
My macro ought to be better versus a Protoss who decides to play NR10. I don't really understand base trades and...
That has to be a Terran. Based on the fact it hit the character limit of the text-to-speech. Let me see. Oh yeah, it's a Terran. Yeah. I don't really understand how to use Liberators. Yeah, it's a Terran. So, going in, don't. It doesn't seem like a big deal, just like building a bunch of Banelings earlier. Doesn't seem like a big deal. But losing 2 Overlords and then having to deal with DTs leaves you in an awkward spot. Honestly, past that, I don't know what I'd do in that scenario. You're already pretty far behind. It is a pretty abusive build against that, so good choice by Mr. Penguin. Though, like, just going DT is classic Protoss, right? You should know Slime. It was better. I didn't turn it off. There was that. And I don't think the German taxi was the worst option in that scenario, and it wasn't terribly executed. So the first game was a get the fuck out. That game was like a B-. Because the answer is like Ravager Queenling, or trying to just struggle to lurkers or something. There's no great options when you're already desperately trying to deal with the DTs. Overall, it's a shame for that first game. And, of course, this is the only seemingly reasonable game you've lost in the last 10. But yeah.
Subscriber detected.
Snack and Kakum is chillin' for 11 months. Yee.
I don't have a great response. My ZVP is not overwhelming. Usually, it's try to get to like 60-something drones and struggle to hive tech lurkers. Because sometimes Protoss will get themselves killed. But that first game, the answer was not building slow banes to try to counter planetaries while banshees are flying around. Yeah, the queen push is good against sky toss, not so good against DTs. So there you go, you run that risk. More understandable. Oh yeah, there's also this game. Because this is customary. Deej played a 1v1 against Brenda's Revenge. Whoever that could be. I think I have it on good authority. Brenda's Revenge is a bit of a noob. Trying to play mech against Protoss. But... Alright, Deej.
Good luck. Have fun.
Okay, so when your opponent builds 3 depots at your ramp, what you should do is immediately type, "Thank you," because now you can do anything you want and win the game, because your opponent just spent 300 minerals to wall off your ramp. What you don't do is panic, forget your cyber core, and then also the fact you have a probe on the other side, and not expand. Might be like, well, where do I expand? Wherever you want, because his barracks just started. So it does appear Brenda's Revenge has gone for a very alternative strat, but all you have to do is anything besides panic. Like, build a cyber core, and then proxy a Stargate. In his base, if you'd like. The key part being build the cyber core. There you go.
probes are under attack.
Well, when you lose a probe on the other side of the map, there goes your options for expanding. So, here's a real fun fact. If the Terran doesn't have a barracks, they can't build any units. Pro tip. That's just something to point out. Oh, Deej. About that not panicking part. Oh, Deej.
Oh, good.
Deej is in
Now
trouble
I have
here.
your attention.
Ooh.
$7.99 large 2 topping pizzas chilling for 23 months.
Thank you,
Nerf
$7.99
Terran.
large 2-topping pizza. You might be like, Winter, I'm struggling to get to Diamond. I'm playing Terrans who are walling off my ramp with 3 depots. And my zealots are rebelling against me and trying to escape my base, so I have to trap them in their own prison. So here we are. So you just chrono boosting something doesn't start warp gate research. Fun fact. Okay, is the Stalker gonna come out on the right side? Oh my god.
I'm here in the shadow.
I'll admit, I have just looking into the mind of Brenda's revenge. I think Brenda is wondering why there are no units and where the proxy is. But also realizing there are no options because back at home, there's literally no ability to create units. So, because the barracks was a little late because of the 3 depots. Yeah, the not building anything and then including warp gate, not the ideal strat in this scenario. In my opinion. So, once again, if somebody walls off your ramp with 3 depots, you get warp gate, you proxy and like 1 pylon, and then you kill them with like a 4 gate. That's the answer. Still no warp gate, by the way. I do. Let's do a little bit of a brain teaser here. So if your opponent spent 300 minerals on supply depots and also had a late barracks, what are the chances they are going to have a deadly attack against someone who went 2 gates on 1 base? It's not high. It's not a high chance. I should look into it. You don't... Are you telling me right now you figured out how to change your gateway skins but not your cybercore? Deej, this is the attention to detail that Deej is known for. As we've seen throughout all his replays. Like, at some point he knew how to do something, but it's been a while and like, whatever, right? I gotta... Like, rally points? Psh, I'll eventually get Warp Gate, just not right now. I don't have the gas. Yeah, Warp Gate is approximately the entire time it takes to research Warp Gate. I'm saying I don't know how. Then, once again, explain to me how your gateways have a skin, okay? No. What you're saying is your gateways have a skin, your Nexus has a skin, your Cybercore and your Robo do not. Somehow, these buildings have skins, yet your Cybercore doesn't, and you're telling me you don't know how to do it. That's what you're saying. Or he's saying he doesn't know how to research Warp Gate, which is about the equal amount of sad. This is a long time ago. What? This game was like a week ago. Well, but the skins... Okay. Yes. This is why people need a new build order every year. Alright, that build order from last year, nobody remembers it. Or how to search for it. We need a new build order for this year. It's like, but that's...
Turn to serve.
Job's done.
But, once again, Deej is starting to come back to him. Alright? He's starting to remember how to play Starcraft. It takes a while, but here we are. So, Deej, if you could describe to me what the purpose of an observer is, that'd be great. Like, in 2 sentences or less, what is an observer supposed to do? You wouldn't tell Zergs to go Broodlord in 2021? Why wouldn't I? Zergs going Lurkers are gonna fuck it up. They have to press 2 buttons, not just 1. To detect and to see. Yes. Okay. So, why didn't you detect or see? Deesh. Deesh. Monsieur Deesh. Follow.
I return to serve.
Interesting. Anybody notice anything? I might have missed it.
Research finished. Mineral field.
Where did that army go? I actually don't know where it went. I have no idea where it is. Where is it? What is it doing? That's a very good... Where did I go? Oh, it just dies. So yeah, at the end of the day, it does appear like just having more shit than your opponent is usually a good strat.
Boats are under attack. Get them out of there!
And now we win the game. Well... Okay, and now we win the game by going to kill his third. Where's that orbital going? So we're good, and now we win the game with only 3,800 minerals in the bank.
That mineral field's gone. Don't spend it all in one place. Pylon under attack. The boats are under attack. We're running out of minerals back home.
I do appreciate the gateway count, I will say. Like, the forge count, I'm not huge on. By that I mean the 0 forges. Which means no upgrades.
Attacking your probes. Watch your mineral line.
So that's not ideal. That's not an ideal amount of upgrades. Okay, so you looked, and you're like, well, he has a third, but that's a planetary. So the only choice is to attack directly in to the main.
Forces are under attack. Watch your mineral line.
Mineral field.
Okay, so one Widowmine was dealt with, and then we looked up. Well,
That mineral field's gone. Don't spend it all at once.
the enemy closes. We've spent that mineral bank on the bright side.
Your probes
You can't
are under
warp in
attack.
there.
Thespian geyser exhausted. Mineral field.
Still at plus 0, which is
We're
not
running out of
ideal.
minerals back home. Geyser's empty. Hey, your base is under attack.
It's a trap! Your probes are getting wrecked.
Uh-oh. Is this Terran attacking in multiple places at once? He must be a hacker. What's up with that?
Base, you know.
How does he do that?
Your probes are under attack.
Oh my god. There's an attack! Stop everything! Okay, so we're finally like, so this is happening. The value of, you know, like understanding that the map is not two bases. Just to open things up here. This is happening. There's a few tanks. But why don't we try this time we have Archons. Alright, so why don't we attack in the same angle again? Why don't we do that? Is that the play?
Mineral field.
Yep.
Embrace the glory.
Deez, did you recently come back to SC2? Because it's looking like you got a case of cobwebs in the brain. I say this with all due respect, Mr. Almighty. Who the fuck are you? That should shake some of them loose.
GG. Nice try.
So it appears this time there were a few more siege tanks. Also, I wouldn't say, well, actually, with 42 probes left, that maybe is a GG. Yeah, everybody just piling on here like they're participating. They didn't pay to participate. They've said nothing of value, but instead here to insult the people who actually had the balls to actually play a game. Actually? Okay, we gotta have an angry face. Sad face. So that was like a C-. Though the Terran was a little curious, it seems. Like, one, a 3 depot block means you win the game, unless you have a mental breakdown. That is too many minerals and too much time for a Terran to lose, and still be in any sort of decent spot economically. Like, it's not an outright win, but when you get multiple units blocked, forget Warp Gate, and then lose all probes on the map, it becomes better. And also like getting upgrades, it's just a general, like, I don't want to put it as shame. Because Brenda's revenge may or may not be me, but at the same time, like, you need to have more than 0 upgrades in 20 minutes. Like, the number needs to be higher than 0. So it wasn't. And that is the issue. So now we have more Protoss. Moving on from Deesh. More Protoss. Alchemist Pagan. I got Token, Alchemist Pagan, Kybrit, HP, Hella Chaz. Alright, so that makes 5. Oh, that 5 counter. Always looking good. But first, a quick advertisement. To shout out to our sponsors. Thank you for watching. Hey everybody, I'm Winter, and I'm here to talk to you about Prime Gaming. Okay, do you have Prime Gaming? If not, you're missing out on so much. If you have Amazon Prime, boom, 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 you can just connect it. You can connect it to Twitch, and you can go to gaming.amazon.com, where you can get... This is the first thing I saw, and I think some people will know what this is, but for FIFA 21, you can get these... Which, I'm not sure what to think about that. I don't know what it is, but I'm pretty uncomfortable with it. So, if you're into whatever the fuck that is, then good for you, I guess. Also, $400,000. You can get $400,000 right now in GTA Online. You can get a Legends of Runeterra free epic wildcard. Legends of Runeterra. It exists. But wait, there's more. Did you know that every single month for free you can subscribe to a streamer of your choice? Even me. And if you don't subscribe, and if you haven't subscribed, don't think about it. Just do it. Just do it. Nothing is impossible. Just do it. If you haven't yet subscribed, you're losing money for me. So subscribe with Prime Gaming. Because remember, on top of all the exciting shit for shitty mobile games and other games trying desperately to remain relevant, on top of making sure we have data on every aspect of your life, remember, at Amazon Prime, we know where you live. So, subscribe, get your loot, and get the fuck out of here and stop annoying me. Thank you, good luck, good night. Thank you guys for sticking around.
Oh, good. Now I have your attention.
Shopacake 27 is chilling for 56 months. But wait, I still enjoy. I'm trailing.
Platinum Protoss. In the red. Is the second pylon on time, early, or late?
Tom's Eye is chilling for 6
Thank you,
months.
chocolate cake. And time's up. Be right back one more.
Oh, good. Now I have your attention.
Wado 19 is chilling for 1 month.
Follower. Is that all?
There are 2 K5 is chilling for 10 months.
Oh, I got a scam train. Remember, if you get it on the scam train, I get more money. I mean, the same amount, but also, you'll miss out. That's important. Platinum. Oh wow. We're gonna hotkey the neck. Oh, there you go. We're really not moving the camera much. Which isn't necessarily bad, but it tells a story.
Your probes are under attack. Get him out of there!
Fine. Fine.
You're attacking your probes. Watch your mineral line.
Carrier has arrived.
Thank you, Anonymify. We got Warp Gate.
D.
D. Twilight. So far, priorities. Fine. I'm not sure if that was a I'm getting supply block pylon or actually intentional. No. Oh, you know what? There's not much to criticize. Like, obviously, a little rough around the edges. But
Your probes are under attack.
there goes the Reaper. We made it to 4 minutes without any glaring issues.
You can't warp in there.
That's a questionable shield battery placement. Why do you want to anonymify?
Anonymous 13 if he is now chilling.
Yeah, the probe's walled in. But, like, fine. Better than your first zealot. Okay, so we're gonna do this again. What are observers anyways? What are those? Those are subs from HP 1984. What a generous motherfucker.
HP 1984 has gifted
Alright, so
5
the
subs
point
to viewers.
of observers, if you have the minimap DLC, is to see where your opponent's army is and whether or not he could attack you. So we did. Oh my god, where did that army come from? Crazy! So, unfortunately, I have no way to teach people that. Like, you can, like, try a metronome or something, like, every 5 seconds, look at the minimap. But, like, we had full view of this army, like, with plenty of time. The observer, and in fact, if we had seen it and moved the observer, there's no medevac. It's just Marines and Marauders, which means there's only one way they can attack. But it just didn't. And then they just show up out of nowhere, despite being like that. I don't know how to solve that. Like I think that mostly comes with playing more, is you get better at it. But there was plenty of time, but we just didn't see it. And now this is so much damage that did not need to happen. Now this is an A move, not a micro situation, because every bit of micro is getting probes killed. Well, that is 20 probes that died because we're blind. Like, I don't have a solution for that. I didn't mind the build. The observer timing was good enough, obviously. But, if Marines and Marauders walk in and just kick you in the teeth, and you saw it coming, that's on you.
Job's done.
Is shield battery at the nap part of this build order? Who gives a shit what part of the build order it is? Growing a pair of eyes that can, like, move from the center of the screen should have been part of the build. Well, that was his mistake for going blink, I guess. Blink is for people who use the minimap and can micro. Like, blink on paper is a good opening build. But if you are not confident in your ability to see a bio army showing up at your natural, maybe it's not the build for you. Maybe the Colossus and then the blink is the way to go. Or charge. Usually Robo first is better. See, now we're out here building 0 probes and going blink stalkers, which is well, once we're no longer microing the blink stalkers, then we can build probes again. But as soon as we're microing, no more probes. Like, you gotta be able to walk, chew gum, and use your eyes all at the same time. Game is hard. The forges are about 2.5 minutes late. I think in almost all of my guides, I try to put a benchmark, which isn't always true, but at least starting an upgrade building, I try to make it for all 3 races. Not just for Protoss, but especially for Protoss. At least 1 forge by 6 minutes. We're 8.5 minutes in, which is not 6 minutes. The Terran is building +2 attack and is finishing +1 armor. That is an unacceptable upgrade deficit. But of course, everything's thrown off by the fact that 20 supply Marine Marauder just kind of walked in. Okay, no more. Red card. No more fucking blink stalkers, you incompetent buffoon. That's it. You don't get blink stalkers. This is platinum, not mid-masters. At least in mid-masters, we pretend we're doing anything else. They're not even pretending. The facade, like, What is the best case scenario? We're going to pick off 2 Marauders? Is that going to justify not having, I don't know, anything in production? This time, the forges are done. The Robo Bay is done. We're not supply blocked. We're literally just prioritizing microing Blink Stalkers over everything else. You're picking Blink Stalkers or anything else. Not like, would you like Blink Stalkers included in this all expenses paid package? No, you have the expense. You haven't paid for anything. At least queue up a dozen probes, but no. It's not a turn-based game. Oh, alright, so this is actually, no, it's already 2 strikes. The first one was like, you build an observer and then not see it. Like, that wasn't a strike until now. It's a strike now. Why? Because if we're both not going to use the minimap and going to take micro turns, you can't afford, like, you can't be doing this. If you don't know how to use the minimap or use your eyes, you can't use blink. Because you don't have eyes. How are you going to blink? Very clever, right? Oh, now we're taking the macro turn. Okay. We're still going to build more stalkers because 57 probes is not enough probes. You're not Zest. It's not enough probes. No thermal lance is not enough thermal lance. It was going so good. Yeah, it was going pretty good right up until the enemy did anything. Which I assume is how every game goes here. Is charge done? Yeah, that's +2, +1 with +1 mech up against 0-0 Protoss. With 1-1, the armies you can fight. Alright. Yeah, and that isn't even enough Terran there. So, we'll survive. The Terran was taking his micro turn, as you can see by the money.
Faster, stronger, upgraded.
Chrono boost. Psh. More like Chrono. Not gonna use that. You see, that was about as clever as this strategy. Go Storm Charge against Terrans and save the Blink Colossi to lose to Zerg. Charge in Archons. But also, don't trust Twitch chat to tell you anything. That's also advice. So both ignore Twitch chat and somehow he's more right than you. Colossi are fine, actually. Colossi are good. So actually don't listen to Twitch chat at all. This is a challenge game with no forges? No, he just forgot them, which is not good. He was busy blink microing. I'm sure the blink stalkers paid for themselves, though. I'm sure that being a minute and a half late on upgrades justified microing with blink stalkers. Against someone who already had mass marauder. Oh my god, where did he come from?
Your forces are taking damage.
Wow. That's a lot more APM than I thought. I was like, oh, it's 68 APM. That makes sense. Nope. So it's at this part of the game. Let's see how much more time is left. 1 minute. Okay. It's like, well, it feels like we got a chance. Nope. That was an optimistic recall. Yeah, so, like, Blink is good if you know what the minimap is and can do anything else at the same time.
GG.
Let's try GGing. Let's try that, among other things. So just general shame. For honestly, not just Blink, but no stalkers, no more than 4 stalkers at all if you ever watch any of my guides for Platinum. So that was like a C. That was, I almost want to give it a plus, but literally no plan survived any contact with the enemy. So, any contact with the enemy resulted in an inordinate amount of damage with nothing else happening. So that's kind of what you expect. You either get the players, like Platinum is for the players who made it through Gold, which is just a cesspool. Platinum is like, I learned a build, and sometimes that's enough. Or, I didn't learn a build, but I know how to get to 200 supply, and sometimes that's enough. Diamond usually has a bit of both, but is more favored towards one or the other. But at least they pretend to have learned both. And the further up you get, the less true, of course, it is. But Blink Stalkers are for people who have eyes. So, that was just kind of sad. Not particularly original, but... We have Alchemist Pagan. You got me to Diamond with the last coaching. Could I please buy 2 games to help me get further? Okay, that's optimistic. He says winning, like, the vast majority. Here we go. A Terran. Alright, we'll take the strikes. So, got me to Diamond, so advanced Platinum, then. If I can get to D2, I'll be super happy. Well, at least your standards are realistic. So, where does the second OV go? Like, in Diamond, we're gonna pretend like we know why we're doing things, not just how. GG Harvester. When did I ask you to tell people how to play? I forget. Did I say, everybody look to GG Harvester. He will give you the advice you need and how to get better at StarCraft. That may have slipped my mind. He gave good advice. So far, his advice has been mostly correct, and that's the most dangerous kind. Where it looks correct enough right up until it isn't. Is playing every day at least a few games and watching Winter every day? Yes, very important. Watch Winter every day, especially when he's playing Planetside and no Starcraft. That way you get in the mind of a poorly microed Marine. Begging for attention is cringe? Well, even more cringe is saying cringe, in my opinion.
A new queen has emerged.
What is this build? Why is this build? What is this? Why are you building a lair?
A new queen has emerged.
What are you doing? What is it? Like, I got you to Diamond. Did I say go quick lair? Why is there a lair? What is the lair for? This is Vibes Bronze to Plat build? Okay. So, why is there a lair? 3 queens and fast... Okay, I need to verify this one. Is Vibe really telling people in ZVT to go Hydras with a fast lair? Alright, let's see. I'm checking this one. I'm like, Vibe, you know what? You know queens are as good as I do. I'm gonna do it. We got Platinum. I can believe Bronze. But, I'm gonna have to disagree heavily if we're saying, alright, here's gold 2 to gold 1. Here. We're gonna do a quick vibe check. Let's see if people are slandering the man again. Let us see. Is he playing against a Terran here? It looks like it.
Why are you so far ahead? Vibe, how come you're so far ahead? Because of all the things we've talked about.
Because of all the things. So the Terran, okay. No, don't I don't want to talk about the stupid mineral, both close mineral patches. Don't do that. So it looks, well, he saw 2 wrecks. This is not a good example. Here we go. That's a Zerg. Not a good example. Same build all through Plat. It might be true. I disagree. You know what? I can agree. You can do, as long as you have a build up through gold, that's fine. And maybe platinum. You know what? I come around. I come around slightly because I guess having any direction and a build that includes anti-air is important. But you said you got me to diamond. I've come. I don't like it, but I accept it as a mildly capable
Lugnut
build.
just donated $20.
I don't know what I do. Like Roach Queen into... Yeah, I guess it eventually ends up at Hydras. It's just... I'd get people starting... I'd get people hooked on Queens earlier. I think I do in mine. Like, you got to get those Queens... You got to get them early with the Queens. Otherwise, they end up making Zerglings anyways. And that's how you get a Zergling builder. Basically, I insta-lose. I'm not saying open up with link speed. I'm saying Queens. Alright. Must I? Continue? Alright, so if the build is for quick Hydras, then why did you get a lair in the no Hydra den? Like, this is not... Okay, so I'll believe that you said that's Vibe's build, okay? Alright, and that might be Vibe's build for a lower level player. But this, Mr. I have a lair, a Roach Warren halfway done, and no Hydra den, I don't think that's even your interpretation. Thank you, Steve. So what the fuck is this? Explain to me what this is.
Thanks for your content.
One,
and being the
this
boss
Overlord
Mac Daddy of
is
the
not in the right
SC2
spot.
world.
This Overlord goes here. This is the first thing you do in a game. Maybe second after building a drone, is you put the Overlord. Where did the Overlord go? Did he kill it? Did the first Overlord die? At some point. No! You wait, what? How do you have this vision? I moved it away. Explain to me why the fuck you did that. Because it always dies. Yes. And then you're like, oh my god, I got killed by a Viking or any amount of Marines. Yes, that's the point. The point is it dies. And until it dies... Oh my. Oh my. Here you go, thinking again. So let's see. This man over here, let's see if it would have died by the time the Hellions come out. How many drones is your OV worth to you, is the question. So, like, at this stage, you have an OV here, you see Hellions. You know he has Hellions. Which, easier to defend if you're building Queens in the first place, but... Yeah. The Hellions run by the OV, and then, you know what, I'm assuming the lot, because the last 2 games, we saw how good the minimap isn't, and how useless it is at approximately this level, but at least then I could be like, you saw the Hellions. Here, I'm like, you actively avoided. I don't also feel I don't get any info, because I don't understand what to see. So when you see Hellions, what I think you should assume, here's a pro tip. If you see Hellions, it's very likely he's going for Hellions, which you are soon to learn in much more violent methods. So when you see Hellions on the field, you can assume that he's likely building Hellions, is what happens. The fact that you put more thought into actively fucking up your first Overlord than you have to the rest of your build order tells me we have a lot of fucking work to do, and you better keep paying me. That's what it tells me. The only thing you've been able to provide a reasonable explanation for was the wrong thing in the wrong way. You're like, I'm still using an outdated vibe build, except I'm not using the vibe build. This isn't it. I'm doing a poor impression. And also I'm keeping my overlord alive because it hurts my feelings when I don't have a brain. That's what you're telling me. So the summary is, if you could link me, if you could provide a singular game of relatively professional level, where like Cyril or Raynor or Ragnarok or Dark or Solar or Rogue was like, actually, let me just pull my overlord away from there. If you could give me one tiny example
Plat is chilling for 9
that
months.
wasn't, I don't like
Hi.
losing it. But if you're playing, Zerg is not the reactionary race, and it's, even if you could argue that, it's not the reactionary race, and that I guess I'm just going to put my head in the creep and hope that nothing bad ever happens to me. So, first off, if you're going to go quick Hydras, maybe try quick Hydras. Not nothing. This is nothing. What you've done is built a lair, which has delayed any more queens. It's cost you money, and you've done nothing. If you're going to go quick roach speed, maybe get the roach warren in time for the lair to finish. And if you're afraid of Hellions, maybe wall off like everyone else. But instead of walling off or scouting, now, most of the time you'll get away with it, because Terrans will be too scared to move out of their base for too long. But, oh my god. Now there are Hellions. We have no units.
They're after my drones.
They're after my drones. Yes. Well, this was the most expectable thing. So what part of this is the Hydras? They do pull away? Yeah, they pull away to scout whether there's a... That's way too complicated. I would accept just sitting there. Literally, all you have to do is nothing. We have put more effort into doing the wrong thing than anywhere towards doing the right one. Also, I'm going to add this to the slandering vibe counter, because this is even the mediocre build he uses. This is not it. This is not quick Hydras. That is not what this is. There is no Hydra Den. This was not quick roaches because the roach horn was late. All this is sadness. Now we're building roaches after the Hellions have already roasted 16 drones. Thank you very much. Which is about 10 too many, even if there were no units.
Evolution complete.
It's roach speed and 8 roaches around 30 drones. Then after you get 66 drones, you get Hydras up to 120 supply. Well, then why was the roach warren late? Why was the roach warren later than the lair? Like, you'd think we would have figured that out by now.
We have maintained in combat.
Also, we're never going to get to 66 drones. This one is mildly more forgivable. Let's see, did we see it? I wasn't looking at the minimap. I was looking at chat. No, there was no way we could have seen this coming. He must have been looking at his Twitch chat as well. There was no chance of seeing this coming. You know, I guess I shouldn't have complained so much about the Overlord, because it's very clear he wouldn't have seen anything with it anyways. So this is why you build queens. Queens are your buffer against your own stupidity. Like, if you have half a dozen queens to throw around, it's very likely you won't just die. But here, there's one queen, second queen showing up a little late to the party. What's likely to happen is the Terran has focused so much on this that any follow-up push is going to be far behind, and somehow we're actually going to recover and get Hydras, but
Evolution complete.
it's still, like, this is completely unacceptable. Like, you're never getting any further like this. By actively going out of your way to avoid common sense, while quoting outdated and lower-level build order suggestions.
Our base is under attack. Our forces are under attack. Evolution complete. Mineral field depleted. Mineral cluster.
So, like, you gotta think. If my first army died in that location, will my second army die if it's smaller? The answer is very likely yes. Also, what are we defending now? The hatchery died. So, you know what? It's too late.
We have met the enemy tower.
Yeah, that was like, there are too many things wrong there. You know, maybe back in Platinum you can keep using that build, because that's where we're headed. That was a solid D+. That was a, like, what are you doing? And why? Actually, you know what? Forget I asked. I didn't want to hear it. That was the summary for that game. I have utterly wretched decision-making. You had no decision-making. Like, what is the early defense? You had no defense. There was no defense. You actively avoided defending. The decision was to close your eyes, cover your ears, and let your drones die. Every single Terran, and by every single I mean like at least 2/3 of Terrans, for the last 11 years have made Hellions. I know at lower levels it's not as common, but at a reasonably high level, 2/3 of Terrans for 11 years straight have made Hellions in the early game. So if the unit from the build that is the most common over the last decade, at the most obvious timing over the last decade, surprises you, you have bigger problems. Literally, unlike Protoss, unlike even Zerg, for 11 years, Terrans have had variations on the exact same build order. And almost all of them have been centered around Hellions. Sometimes Banshees, sometimes Reapers, sometimes not, but almost always reactored Hellions. So if reactored Hellions show up, and you lose 16 drones, you deserve to lose the game. That is the summary. Oh, he gets another replay, though. Let's see, maybe he's not... Maybe he's less of an embarrassment against Protoss. Maybe. Let's see. What do you think? Maybe against Protoss he has a more fleshed out early defense and plan. All I ask Twitch chat is it better? Yes, I will answer this. If the Twitch chat is correct, 3 subs to the chat. If they're wrong, well, this is a loss against Protoss. I will say he has won most of his last, despite his best efforts. I assume he just didn't get attacked. But this is one of his few losses in the last 20 games. He's been winning most of his games. Despite what we just saw there, that was his opponent attacking at any point, unfortunately. But eventually, the higher up you go, the more likely it is your opponent will make any units in the first 5 minutes. So not looking good so far. The people say better. They say better. Keshik. Poll.ma.p is the thing. Alright, so this is the only matchup where it's acceptable for your second Ovi to just hang out and look for cannon rushes. Where's it going? Like, you need to stop doing this. Stop being such a little bitch. Now, this map doesn't have super obvious OV locations, but where are you going? The point of the first Overlord is not to hide in a corner after confirming he's not AFK. The point is to scout, usually to die in the process. Like, if you see he's got a Void Ray, well, now you know he has a Void Ray, and that Void Ray didn't just show up at your base and start killing your drones or your queens or whatever. If you see he has a stalker first, well then you know he doesn't have an adept. But you're just like, yep, I guess he's in the game, and you run away. Oh no. I want to give a strike for the lair, but I'm going to hold off just... Because at least, if we're going to pretend to use it... Let's see if we get lair tech. Like, the point of a lair is to get lair tech, not because it gives you an extra 500 HP and armor. Like, that's late. That's late. You have to start... You can do... Can you do math, actually? You do play Zerg. So how long does it take to build a roach warren? It takes 39 seconds. A lair takes 57 seconds. You have to start the roach warren when the lair is like a third of the way done. Otherwise, believe it or not, the roach warren is not done. Like, you don't just build it whenever. A queen takes 36 seconds. You could probably sneak in another queen before your lair if you're busy just doing an inefficient build. Like, what's the point of the lair? He can't have DTs that quick. I mean, if he built a pylon in your main and did not expand, maybe. But the lair is just a testament to inefficiency. That's it. It's a monument to ineptitude.
Forces are under attack.
Admittedly, Vibe didn't really explain his decision-making and the timing of the buildings. I'm following them by rote. Okay. Vibe check. Quick vibe check, guys. Alright, let's see ZVP. Is he up again? Is that a Protoss? Doesn't matter. That's not a Protoss. This is a Protoss. Okay, let's see that Protoss timing. Wow. I want to see... We're going to look for the lair. This is gold 2 to gold 1, which is where I assume... Alright, there's the Roach Warren at 330. And an evolution chamber. We haven't seen the lair. Yeah, I don't understand. This is not a good habit. Vibe, I disagree. Learning to not get a lair for the sake of getting a lair and then eventually getting a roach warren is not a good habit. Even for lower level. Like, you know what? For once. Yeah, he already had the lair. I don't understand why that... Like, the thing says develop good habits. Getting a lair for the sake of getting a lair is not, in my opinion, a habit to build. I think getting as many queens as possible and then getting a lair. I get the general idea, but in Diamond especially, maybe in Gold, just remembering it exists is important. But building a roach warren, it just eventually is the exact opposite of what we should be doing. Is usually so greedy. It's not the point. The point is getting in a habit of building things at inefficient timings does not serve you well as time goes on. I get it's mostly just give it. Literally here we have someone that was spoon-fed it and is still choking down the vibe soup there. And it works to an extent, but that doesn't, like, not understanding why it works is not good if you want to actually improve.
A new queen has emerged.
It works because your opponents are so shitty it doesn't matter. That is why it works. Not because it's some well-thought-out or well-timed thing.
Evolution completed. Our forces are under attack.
Okay, have you managed to... Okay, that the queen is not walled in, but it was a risk.
Mutation completed.
At some like spore crawlers should be built at 420 spores. All right, 420 spores. Otherwise, Oracle or whatever. In every matchup, well, in versus Terran and versus Protoss, 420 spores, unless you want to lose to one Banshee or one Oracle. Or find yourself overreacting for the next 10 minutes.
Mineral field depleted.
I'm the biggest obstacle until GM. Right now, yes, very much you are. Like, if you're telling me right now you want to get further into Diamond, you're like, I don't know, I just built a lair and then I built a roach warren because Vibe said so. Like, at this point, we need to develop something resembling independent thought. The only independent thought you've demonstrated. Quick Vibe check. It looks like Vibe senses Overlord away as well. I don't agree with that either. Like, he sent his Overlord into the corner. I'm not sure if that's his first OV. I don't agree with that. I know we're supposed to be ignoring our opponent in gold, but, like, that is basic Zerg.
Met the enemy in
420 spores, like at 4 minutes? No, 4 minutes and 20 seconds is where you can safely build spores. Technically, at a higher level, it's more like 4 minutes that things can be coming out, but 420, LOL, XD, I remember that now. Build spores. 98% of the time, it'll be fine.
combat. Evolution field has been depleted.
4 minutes, 20 spores. No. Okay. If you have the money for that, give me your hacks.
Mineral cluster depleted.
Yeah, like, we're maxed out at... So what we're trying... You've maxed out at 9 minutes with everything. Like, I can't fault that. I can't get mad about that.
Mutation completed. Evolution completed. A mineral field has been depleted.
I want to once again put the stipulation. In gold, fine. Some people, this game is not very rewarding. All right? I do forget some people just want to get to platinum or diamond or master or whatever. Which, like, sometimes just taking whatever's spoon-fed and applying it is enough. And Vibe is smart to do that. And I try to remember that some people just want to know how to make it to 200 supply and not, like, how to beat Cyril or whatever.
Mutation.
Or
Evolution
Showtime
complete.
or what the fuck ever. Like, your friend is gold and you want to crush him and then he'll stop playing and play a more fun game? Well, there you go. You got it.
A creep tumor is under attack. Our forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. We have met the enemy in combat.
So why did we start making Zerglings now? Why now with the Zerglings? Because I'm out of gas. Well, mine more gas.
Our base is under attack. We have met the enemy.
You have no upgrades. Yeah, you made Zerglings, but then you started making Banelings. That was the question. Like, the Zerglings are a slippery slope into Banelings, and Banelings are a slippery slope into wasting all your gas. Ask Slimy. Banelings are one of the least cost-effective units in the entire game. Banelings are a one-time use hammer. So you just wasted several hundred gas, which could have been on something that will survive a fight. Like, he has Immortals and Archon. Banes are not better. Zerglings, you can argue because they cost no gas, fine. But then you started making Banelings, and now you don't have gas for Hydras, and now you lose the game. Or your opponent just backs off for some reason. You know what's better? Fucking Queens!
Cluster depleted.
Alright? You have minerals? You don't have gas? You've been upgrading ranged attack, motherfucker. Let's try to figure out another hotkey. Okay? Let's try 2 hotkeys. Throw some queens on there. Boom. You've literally been upgrading queens this whole time.
Mutation completed. A mineral field evolution complete.
And the creep spread is quite impressive. It is back in
A
industry.
new queen has emerged.
Do queens work well if they don't trend? Motherfucker. You think they work worse than Zerglings? Do you think they're less valuable than Zerglings? That's what... I don't care if they work better or worse if you don't transfuse. I will answer that. But do you think one queen is worth more or less than 6 Zerglings? Alright. Fuck. I don't know. I legit do not know. I believe you. Though, you should be able to figure out where I'm going with this, based on my tone. Platinum Zerg. Loading in again. Facing a Terran. Plenty of Reapers. How do I deal with all this? I don't know. What do I do? Spread the creep? Build the lings? Maybe some roaches? Lair tech could be it? No! No. Queens! Queens! Build some more queens! All you need is to build the queens! Air! Ground! In between! The answer you seek has always been queens! You incompetent fucking buffoon! Building lings like you have any style! But at the end of all of your days, you find yourself trying corrosive bile. At the end, all you need was right in front of you and almost free. It's queens. How many times? Karen, shut the fuck up! I'm freestyling! Queens. Queens. Thank you. Well, you made us suffer through that. So, here we are. The answer is yes. The queens are better. What's even better, like, Zerglings lead to Banelings lead to pain.
A creep tumor evolution completed.
You've successfully executed Vibe's bronze to platinum build all the way to the end of platinum. We are now in diamond. And I will give Vibe credit. That's probably why he stopped there.
Mineral field depleted.
I will not give you credit because you decided to force this square peg into a much larger hole, and it's like, wow, that's just not going to cut it.
A creep tumor is evolution complete. A creep tumor is under attack. Vespine geyser. Mineral cluster depleted.
Banes are eventually... Shut the fuck up. You couldn't answer whether or not queens were better than lings. You don't get to have an opinion on banelings.
Mineral field depleted.
Plus, 0 banes are not better than anything. Carriers definitely not one of the things they're not better than... You know what? Fucking carriers.
Mineral cluster depleted. Mineral field depleted.
We're building lings. Explain to me how these Zerglings are going to kill the carriers. Explain that. Clue me in on how the 38 Zerglings you just built are going to help against that carrier army. Oh, he also has Colossi. So, like, there's that.
Our base is under attack. Mineral field depleted.
I heard the no gas warning. Well, if only there was a unit that had anti-air, shared ranged attack upgrades, and didn't cost larva or gas.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
That was a C. 4. You executed the bronze to plat build perfectly. And you even squeaked it out to diamond. And that's about as far as you're going to get. It's still going to work, because a solid percentage of the time your opponent is either going to try some failed attack or not max out. But once you get more and more opponents that, you know, like build units and react to their opponent in any way. Oh my god, guys, it's a new season, new you. Get your games in right now. I forgot it starts at like midnight. So, you guys excited? New maps? No, not new maps. Well, that's depressing. Anyways, moving on. So, you can use your old builds. Let's see if Kybrit has any old builds that he can use. Kybrit paid $69 for this replay. Have we seen the replay before? Is it sitting in your base for 10-15 minutes, building battle cruisers, and then jumping across the map to win the game? I mean, we paid for our time here, so... if I see anything that isn't that, I will slow it down from ×8. I'm looking forward to it. Alright, so this is, 2-Rax Reaper.
You've built a fancier command.
Which is an option. Okay. Actually, yeah, let's see. So, yeah, that's not the worst build on this map, I guess. So, let's see that Reaper micro. Okay. I guess it's working. I mean, I would say don't do this build, because it's going to be hard to do anything else at the same time. It's unreliable, but, like, I guess it's working, and we probably will win now, and then the game will end, and that'll be it. You saw the little mine.
Mo's just donated
You saw it.
$20. Been a while since my
Like, you
last
saw it,
angry
Burrow.
coach. Here's my progress.
You saw it. You knew it was there. He hasn't done anything else the whole time. Yeah, don't get crazy. Don't ask too much. Like, that was the most avoidable mine. I mean, it's Kybrit. Like, it's essentially... this is the cheapest way to launder that Eastern European diamond mine money or something. Well, not diamond, platinum mines, I guess, in this case. Not like we're ever going to learn anything or even capable of it. Like, in fact, we've regressed. There were a few months there where it looked like Kybrit might actually learn something, and that was a scary few months, but thankfully we're back to this. Oh, Kybrit's in the red. Oh my god. Wait. Yeah. Oh, okay, it's thrown off because I have blue as the player color. That's why. Yeah. I'm sorry. This is a very specific scenario that'll... here we go. So yeah, no, it's Kybrit with the Reapers. Make no mistake. It's Kybrit with the Reapers. Alright. At first I'm like, oh, he tried to play a macro build poorly. No. No, he's the Reaper man. Wow. I think the little mine got another one. Okay. This is, wow. And now, on, like, he could build 5 command centers. He could. He has the money. You might even be like, oh, it's the 113. No, it's not. He built 2 barracks, and 2 starports. That's not 113. Like, you can't just, like, build the buildings that every Terran builds and be like, this is my build. No, he's winning the game, unfortunately, now. Because the Reapers did way too much damage, because you don't build Marines, you build Reapers, because otherwise you die to Reapers. Oh my... Like, that's usually how it goes. Oh my god. Well, that was terrible. There's the fusion core. Now we'll expand. Isn't there... Okay. Yada, yada, yada.
So you have no excuse not to build something.
Now we're building Liberators, which is a choice.
Liberation is a path.
High sec auto tracking, because
Research
that's
is done.
important.
Let's hope you click the right. You are fresh out of middle. That commands
Wow, those Liberators did more than I ever thought they would and less than they ever could.
to upgrade.
Simultaneously.
You ordered is here. Research complete. Who called in the fleet? Those explosions you hear. That's your base. Who called in the fleet?
So Marines do not counter battle cruisers. Cyclones, Ravens, Vikings are all great options. The only not great option is Marines.
Out of middle.
There goes one.
Your unit. Upgrade complete. Add-on complete.
Also Thors, yes.
That geyser is done. Your work is lost.
Wow. Also, Thors.
Geyser empty. Time to move to your expansion.
The other
You did expand. Upgrades done.
The other most expensive Bronze League Heroes level unit.
Out of minerals. Idle workers.
So we've really mixed it up here. We've gone from the big capital ships into the big robots. In a real twist.
Mineral. Upgrades done. Out of minerals. Idle workers.
And there's a lot of
Upgrade
Thors.
complete.
So
Out of minerals.
maxing out on Thor Battle Cruiser.
Field depleted.
Wiping the floor. Honestly, no, that was terrible. If he built anything else while doing the Reapers, it would obviously shame.
Shame.
Like
Shame.
this is
Shame.
not even really platinum against gold, but like I guess eventually we built a bunch of units, so it's like a sad. It's sad. It proves that the dumbest people have too much money. But like the beauty of Kybrit, with fuck you money, is that he plays StarCraft because it's fun, and he enjoys it. So I guess he's winning at the end of the day. He's got a leg up on all of us. And shame on you. Thank you for supporting the stream. Also, congratulations. He's getting quite a bit better. No, like, it was just the other Terran didn't build Reapers to start. Like, you can do the early cheeses, and this is why a lot of players are like, oh my god, I get cheesed all the time. Because there's like a basic requirement in TVT that you have to build at least a Reaper or two early. Otherwise, you die to someone who builds a Reaper or two early. Like, he should have won the game with the Reapers, but then we couldn't get to battle cruisers, so there would be that issue. Oh, by the way, did nobody point it out, or did I just ignore them? Remember when I said, was that pegging game, was it going to be better against Protoss? And you guys said yes. You were right. It was better. Not much better, but it was better. So, there you go. I may have just ignored it. I didn't say how much better it had to be.
Wonder Gaming has gifted 3 subs.
We now
to
have
viewers.
HP 1984, who is, he says he won but struggled. He is the Advanced Platinum Zerg. I feel as if I should apologize. You should probably apologize to Vibe. Because you baited me into bad-mouthing him a lot. Alright? Legitimately, there's a few things I don't agree with, but 95% of what he's saying and doing, like, makes sense and work. but not how you apply them. That's who you should apologize to. Because there's going to be, if I know Twitch chat, there's going to be one guy like, Winter was saying your guides don't work and nobody should watch them, and he's actually bad, and you've beaten him on the ladder, haven't you, Vibe? And why is Winter so bad, yet he says things that are wrong? It's like, oh, well, context went out the window about however many years ago Facebook was founded ago. So here we are. All right, Hugo. All right, Hugo. Tell me about your build. Tell me about your build. Let's. I love how skeptical you are with a C. You should be a paramedic. Hey, I like making money, though. Fuck you, pay me. Pool first, then into a macro game. Alright. Pool first with gas, to be clear. Pool first is not defensive. Pool first is, I'm now behind economically and are kind of forced. Like, without gas, you could almost argue it. Without mining gas, okay, I get a queen quicker. Proxy Rex is not as bad. But if you mine gas and you play defensive, you're just behind. Like, especially if they don't attack. Like, if there's no attack, you're just behind. Following a build from SC2 Swarm. Yes, a build. Yes, there are many builds that have many different purposes. Now, here we go. That's a new one. That's a new one. Not Vibe. SC2 Swarm is actually a pretty cool one. Let's see. Pool first ZVT opening. I assume that's the one. Let's see if you actually did the build. $17.17. Well, there you go. Got to D2 just after that. Like, this is another, like, I don't like it, but it's not without value.
New queen. Run the swarm is threatened.
Also, there's no CC on the low ground, so perfectly fine. And you didn't just make a bunch of links for the sake of it.
Fresh queen. New.
Well, now we're building more. Build one more set of links. Fine.
Here. She's disappointed.
One of the few times. Okay, now we're building another set of links. All right.
Queen ready. Brenda's ready to rumble.
Looks like it's gonna be a battle cruiser build because, of course. So.
A new queen is ready. Base under attack.
I don't want to build too many links. Honestly, less than 10, especially like 10 for Hellions. This is fine. This is fine. Now it's not fine. Now you're building 18 more. I don't know why you're building 18 more now. It was fine at like 5 to 10. You already have plenty of queens. Now why are we building 18 more links? You just finished a roach horn and you're building 18 more links. I don't. Why are we building 18 more links? Remember those 420 spores, anyone? There's a reason for those, by the way. Overlord speed at a curious timing here.
Evolution complete.
So now you've got enough lings that you're going to feel like you have to use the lings. Tried to match the number of Marines. You saw 6, and then you saw he went Reactored Hellion. You saw he was building Hellions. And then, no, the last thing you saw was Hellions. I don't know why the fuck we care about the Marines right now. On top of that, You just built a roach warren. So I don't know what's a good timing for OV speed. I don't know. You have plenty of gas. I don't care about OV speed. I care about building lings after you build a roach warren, trying to counter marines that are no longer relevant. We're thinking way too hard. Okay, so this is the opposite. Like, maybe we need to take the pagan route, which is just pray to glorious vibe, copy down the build, word for word and number for number. Do not use your brain at all, and just follow that. And 64% of the time, that'll be a victory. Because right now, we're arguing for giving up independent thought. This is a good argument for it. Yeah, like, the last thing we saw was Hellions, and you're over here building Zerglings. We're still not building any roaches, by the way. Like, oh, there we go. There's the roaches. And 2 lings.
Brenda's ready to roll.
And the most painful sound. Yeah, this is why. Like, believe it or not, it usually doesn't end with a factory.
Base under attack. Your precious drones are falling.
Alright. Alright. I want you to tell me... No, wait. I guess it's strike 2. I want you to tell me why it's strike 2. Mr. HP, why is this strike 2? Explain to me why that's a strike. Defending the 3rd. No, wrong. Instead of attacking. Wait, what? I don't understand what you're saying, but either interpretation is wrong. Spoilers. Why are we building spine crawlers? Oh, just the one. Just the one in the main. And the one at the natural. Why are there spine crawlers being built? On top of that, the roaches are attacking for some reason, despite there still being Hellions. Like, here we are off to counter the opponent when our...
Your brood is under attack.
You are the problem. So, you might be like, well, look, he had no defenses. Neither do you! You want a base trade at Terran?
Brood under attack. Panic time. Queens all done.
At least you have some queens, I guess.
Your Zerg.
This is... The more competent the Terran is, the worse this is. So this is perfectly fine right now. But eventually you'll get Terran players who build a wall at their natural. I know, it sounds crazy. And remember, he has a 3rd command center. You know that because you saw it with your Overlord's many eyes. So, in the long run, if you end up losing as many workers as him, which you didn't, oh my god. You still have 52 drones. So this has been a clusterfuck, and obviously you're making poor decisions, but you're doing it with enough drones, I guess I can't complain too much. If your baseline is getting 50 drones and then making bad decisions, it's a decent baseline. I'll give you that.
Mineral field. Mineral field depleted. The swarm is threatened. New queen. Brenda's here.
76 drones is more than enough. Now you max out. Okay, this is when you stop countering him and you max. Well, I mean, it's working.
Your swarm is a mineral field.
No. Stop with the fucking Zerglings. Just because you can't build anything else, here's what you do. You take another hatch. You make sure you're mining all your gas. You don't build more Zerglings, because Zerglings do not counter Hellbat, Siege Tanks, and Thors. It's not that they're like you only have minerals. It's your larva. Are you religiously larva injecting your too few hatcheries? It looks like you're actually doing a kind of good job. But now, instead of having 12 more larvae to eventually build roaches and hydras, you have 12 less to build 24 Zerglings, which will die when a Hellbat breathes in their general direction. They do counter Thors. Shut the fuck up. Are you the Prima Strategy Guide, which has gone out of business because even when they were relevant, because people didn't have the internet, they were already out of date? Zerglings do not counter Thors, except in, like, maybe Mana Battle, even if that, not really. The only reason Zerglings even pretend to counter Thors is because Thors are easily distracted. Like, they barely scratch the paint. And that's if you catch them alone.
Engage the enemy.
You know what counters Thors? Is Vipers.
On purpose?
Check help menu. Yes, you do need help. Let me check the help menu. That hasn't been updated since before 2010. All right, let's see. Let's check the... First, let's check Hydras. Okay. Strong against... Okay. It says Hydras are weak against Zerglings. Zerglings apparently also counter Hydras. That's an interesting fact. Let's see. What about Queens? Queens. Yeah, those are accurate. Okay. Let's see. How about Marines? Weak against siege tanks, they said. Clem. Strong against Strong against Immortals. Ah. Battle cruisers. Strong against Liberators? Yes. I mean, thank you, help menu, for this helpful information. So you see Liberators, get those battle cruisers out. I guess.
Basically, the enemy is attacking.
Well. You know, besides the thinking too much in the early game, I don't mind most of this. Infestation Pit is obviously the choice. Using, like, the injects. I like the harem of queens for injecting. This is close-ish to what we're looking for. Oh no, Ravagers. Oh, that's a dangerous move. It's a little late for the queens to get involved in this fight. Like, I feel like you're hanging them out to dry a little bit here. Yeah, against upgraded Thor tank on their own, not as good. Yeah, I would just put a no on the Ravagers for you, okay? Ravagers are going to encourage you to make mistakes that you can't really afford. Ravagers take any semblance of micro. They're 100 gas of mistakes. So maybe just build a few Vipers. It's like, well, I don't have a hive done yet. Well, maybe let's focus on that first.
No. Your broods. Base under attack. The enemy is attacking.
How many Vipers? We'll start at 1 and work our way up from there. Guess the queens were the answer. They can take a pounding.
Brood.
Just like college.
Attack. Panic time. Mind out that cluster. The swarm is threatened. You mind out the new queen is...
If, like, I guess queens were the... I underestimated them.
The enemy's all over you.
My bad. I apologize for underestimating the power of queens.
They're creeping on you.
I would like to make a formal apology to queens.
Your brood is under attack. Your mineral patch is gone.
Alright, so you want to combine the Vipers with your army? Binding Cloud doesn't matter much if you don't have any units to...
On purpose? Queen's all done. Good choice. Brood under attack. Panic time.
Yeah, like, you got a bit of an issue on the timing here, but the units are there. The timing could use some work. But how to improve that? You just say to just say to do it, not like I don't try. Like, timing. I mean, more games. Like, you have to learn how fast units move, and then have them in a position where they will be in the relatively the same area at the same time. Yeah, it is better to give up a base than to give up 80 supply of army. But it all worked out. I guess, so... Yeah, queens. Whole map suiciding hydras rather than try to use vipers. Vipers, like, you don't need to use units with an energy bar until diamond. As any race. Though, like, it makes your life easier if you ever plan on getting past platinum to learn how to use some of them. Except queens, even queens, as we've seen. But, like, it does make your life a lot easier. Okay, so that was platinum. Right? Yeah. No, that was advanced platinum. That was bottom of the barrel diamond. And I'm giving it a B+. Cuz most of the issues were in thinking too much in the early game, not the later game. So I think you have a good shot of this season moving up a bit. But you got to, like, the timing is relevant after all that B+. Most of the mistakes were in details, not the general outlook. It was partially like, eventually he looked through all his options and he found queens. So I might have a soft spot for that, but it's a well-deserved one. Like, he actually, at the 12-minute mark in the game, now Vipers probably would have been better, but still, like, ¿por qué no los dos? He found the Vipers as well, and the Vipers were relevant. They weren't like Vipers and then they died of Thors. No, they were Vipers and then they did Viper-related activities. We're down to 3. So... and we're up to 25. And now we have SA Terran. First Terran, besides Kybrit, which doesn't really count, but it looks like a pretty similar game. Which is, my macro ought to be better. I don't really understand base trades or how to use liberators against Diamond Barcode on Korea. Diamond on Korea is marginally better than NA or EU, but not that much so. I'd probably put it like Diamond 3 is like Diamond 1.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Additional supply.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
What was that rally point?
Command center upgrade.
The Grim Reaper.
I'm sorry, wait, what? Where did that other SCV end up going? Yeah. You're chasing the probe too far. Like, what are we at? We're at 3,500 on Korea. So I'd put that closer to Diamond 1 on NA. There's a huge gap between D3 and D1. It is a pretty huge gap, yes. So that's why when you chase a probe halfway across the map and already have another scouting SCV, this means you now have 2 SCVs not mining
Command center
when you're also going Reaper, which means you have another unit that is not really focused on early defense. So you're slowing down your build a lot,
complete.
on top of the fact you are already building a Reaper. And that is why the factory is a little late, because you have less minerals than you should.
Additional supply.
That's greedy.
SCV ready.
If that was an adept, it would have been a problem. Alright, so we're doing Hellion? Okay.
Command center upgrade complete.
Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready. SCV ready. Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready.
Okay, so now you have 4 Hellion. What are we waiting on? Don't wait on the medevac. Those 4 Hellions should be going out right now. The dropship. No. There's a reason when people are doing a quick Hellion drop, they usually proxy the starport. So this is the difference between him having... Like, if you had just moved out, let's see. How long do you think it takes Hellions to get across the map? Say 20 seconds. How long have 4 Hellions been out? So 4 Hellions are out at 350. We'll say 410. At 410, you could be at the natural. He has 2 sentries, a stalker, and no shield battery. If you wait for the medevac, 2 more gateways finish. He's building cannons, which is just generally dumb. I don't know where you're going, because if you're going to go with a quote, dropship, I don't know why you're not going to the main, because otherwise you could have just driven there. So, this is just a more complicated way to slow down your build so far. Why are we doing reactored starport? What is that going to build? Yeah, this is not how you do Hellions. This is not Hellions. If you had just driven across with the Hellions, like I was assuming you would, you may have gotten some damage done. You would have had only a handful of units, no cannon, though you can't expect a cannon. You can expect maybe a shield battery. But instead, like, if you were doing this is a Widowmine drop. You're doing a Widowmine drop with Hellions. Hellions are not as good. If you're going to go Hellions, you drive the Hellions in. Widowmines cannot drive across the map. They're pretty slow if they don't have help. But this is you're doing a Widowmine drop with worse units. That's essentially what I'm seeing. So that's probably why it feels like you don't get any damage done, because this is not how you Hellion drop.
Add-on.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
Alright, so looks like that does nothing.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Gangway.
Research.
SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready.
And you just leave. Okay. I scouted cannons and had a chuckle. As well you should, but if you scouted cannons, you should have dropped the Hellions and tried to kill probes. I don't know why you had a chuckle instead of killing his probes. Because a cannon does not defend. It defends a Widowmine drop better than it... This is actually good for you. If that was a shield battery, the Hellions would be worse. But it's a cannon. So kill his probes. Like, why does this stop you from doing a Hellion drop? It's like, well, it'll kill the Hellions. Like, what are the Hellions, part of your late game composition? He had no units.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
There easily could have been a dozen dead probes now. Like, if you're gonna do Hellions, they need to do damage. Otherwise, you've just wasted all your time and effort. And if he was doing anything but sitting in his base, you'd have very little at home. Well, at least you're gonna scout for the hidden base. So, good for you.
Research.
Okay, you say this is a no-rush 10-minute game. You said it was no-rush 10 minutes. But that is a corner base. So what do you mean by no rush 10 minute? Are you saying you're just not gonna attack the base in the corner? Is that what you're saying? Or like, do you just not see it? Protoss was no rush 10 minutes. What did you not see it? Okay. It took a while for it to register on your scopes there. Alright. Also, can we agree that scopes is just a straight up fun word?
Armed and ready. Let's have it. Go, go. Who wants some?
Yeah. Alright. So you got 2-2. We got another classic. Oh, wait, no, he's got 1-1. I didn't see that. So, look at the supply. So, I can't blame you. Well, I don't like the Hellion build. If you're going to do a Hellion build, do a Hellion build. Otherwise, make Widow Mines like the rest of us. But otherwise, like... Yeah, there you go. You got 2-2 quicker. You've got 60 more supply. All you need to do is have any sort of vision of where his army is before walking into it. So where is his army? Tell me where his army is. Tell me where you put any effort into figuring out where his army is. Is his army right here? Oh my god, it's a disaster. Because we put 0 effort, no sensor tower, sometimes like a supply depot, nothing. You know why? You know, this stresses me out. I really can't tell people how to use the minimap. Because right now, I'm having a panic attack. Like, it's ingrained after 50,000 games. I see this little of the map, and we're in like a relatively even game where one side isn't super far ahead. I'm stressed like, oh my god, he's literally right there. Until you prove otherwise, he is right here. He is right outside your door until proven otherwise. And in this case, he is. Like, it's not always true, but you have to assume it's true. So you do your best. It's not that hard. Send out a Marine. Like every other, like if you've ever watched, I assume you're a Terran. You've probably religiously watched top tier Terrans. But they don't just sit around and hope that the army doesn't show up, right? They're making any effort. Like, you're doing the same thing. You see, this is why it surprises you, because you think this will surprise him. That's why. Let's see if it does. It does. Welcome to Diamond. All right? You thought this was a real tactic, so therefore it's not particularly surprising this is working as well. Yeah, you're both just... Well, all right, it's attack time. Go time. So the answer to whether or not you can base trade is ideally not letting them base trade you first, because they can recall, which is bad for you, obviously. So just killing production, and then honestly, you've got the way better end of this so far. You have a way bigger army, and well, you lost a couple command centers, but you forced a recall. He has no other base. He has his main. Okay, where is his army? Where is his army? Is it here? No. Okay. But where is his army? What was the big issue in the first phase of this game? I don't know where his army is. You are now making no other effort. Okay, fine. You've done it. You've done it. All right? Oh, never mind. You didn't do it. You made no new effort to figure out where the army was. Despite the entire reason this happened is because you didn't know where his army was. So then you came back home and proceeded to continue that. If you could siege up your tanks in possession to deal, like, imagine if you had your tanks in the right spot. He's literally between a rock and a hard place. But no, that would have been too hard. He walked directly across the map. A very confusing tactic here. And then he walks into the tanks. Also, I'm not sure what this game has to do with liberators. The fucking typical Terran. He's like, oh, I had a tough game. I don't know how to base trade after base trading mostly successfully. And I don't know how to use liberators after liberators not being at all relevant. Maybe, like, scouting a little before you commit your whole army. And also, stop whining. Okay, you know how to, like, you gotta be more subtle. Okay, subtlety is important. Some people, not very subtle. Like, if you're going to try your best here, like, you gotta try a little harder. Maybe next time. We'll see you in the next one. But, yeah, there you go. Didn't really mask it very well. There's your 5 seconds of fame. Shame. This game, I mean, the build was poorly executed, but the macro was good. It was mid-diamond. It was, from me, a B+. And solid. It was a nice game, not a great game. That's going to put us on Terran. Sad 69% is what we're at. Like, most of what you did was fine. Besides the darkness pervading the entire map. And the Hellion drop that should have been a Widow Mine drop. Or at least anything. But otherwise. I don't... The general gist of it was fine. Lugnut. He was the one who wrote the paragraph. Yes, he was the one who reached the character limit of the text-to-speech.
Mr. Mecha Moose just donated $25. Don't play SC2 anymore but enjoy your content. Figure it's about time I actually give you money. Thanks for the entertainment.
Thanks. Oh, Lugnut, you know what? We're gonna give forgiveness upon Lugnut. As he is silver. He managed to get here. He's up against Dirty Dave. Lugnut. Okay, do you know how to build overlords? First thing. Yes. Asterisk. I'm not seeing it.
Orders, Captain?
Cheese on pickles got lucky.
Thank you, cheese on pickles.
You got this. One way or another.
Second best compared... Well, even better than you two, actually. I gotta say, in terms of telling us, all right, pool gas. Looks like we're doing that defensive macro build or whatever we used as an excuse. No, you're allowed to just put them in the gas. I know it'll go below 16, which feels bad, but...
Beard is chilling for 12 months. Golly gee. 1 year together already. Hopefully another good year.
Alright, so the next Overlord you build on 20. Alright, 20 supply. Overlord. Okay, that's the number. We got there. Also, I have some basic guides, and I've heard Vibe has some as well. That go over the getting your second Overlord type of things.
Queen ready. Brenda's ready to rumble.
Okay, where is the queen going? No, okay. Good initiative. but also no. Larva inject is what you're looking for. Creep spreading to the edge of your base is not a high priority at this stage of the game. That's a mistake. That was a lot of effort to put into a mistake. I will say. No, okay. The Roach Warren, maybe. You don't really need it. The Baneling Nest, no. You just know Banelings at all. I thought creep spread towards ramp. No. The way we fix the not having creep to the natural is by building the natural quicker. And also, the reason you get larva inject, as is explained in the basic-ass build orders, which are usually get you to the level I can actually make fun of you, as opposed to explaining, like, the Prima strategy guide level of builds, is this is not the build. This is wrong. This is just not even close. I mean, it's not completely the wrong direction, but you've taken significant detours already. Here we are. Oh no. So you might be like, nice, I got my Zerglings in. It's time for my Bane bust. No. Alright. The answer to your Zerglings doing damage is not to build more Zerglings. It is not. That is wrong. Please stop. Please stop it. Please stop now so I don't have to stop you later. Please, Please. Please. No more links. Yes. And yes. This is how a Silver Leaguer becomes a Platinum Leaguer, becomes a Platinum Leaguer, becomes a Platinum... Why am I still in Platinum Leaguer? That is how that happens. Because the first Zerglings do pretty well, usually. And the reason why Zergs get to Platinum and Terrans and Protoss usually struggle in Gold, though not as true lately, is because the Terrans and Protoss don't know how to build a wall. At least not efficiently or correctly, which means the Zergs just run right by into Platinum and then they run directly into one. And then they have not learned anything else. So here we are. At least we're, like, it feels like we got a lot of different input here. Like, we're building Lings, but we're also building Queens. Which is, I mean... So...
Brenda's here, and she's disappointed.
And there goes that.
Queen's all done. Good choice.
So the answer to losing Lings is not to build more Lings. It's to build... he has a siege tank. You're not getting up that ramp. So let's build some drones.
Swarm is now bigger.
If there's one thing I've taken from you, I hope you can take more in the future than just Queens. But, like, it is probably the most important. But there is more. Like... So now it's 2 bases against 1 base, which means you have more bases.
Hatch, you engage the enemy. On purpose?
Is it doing... Don't... Okay. Alright. Moment of truth. This is where we find out how long the Metal Leagues will last. Queens and drones. Not more Lings, but drones. Okay. Now... This has done as much damage as it ever could or should. And now we're building drones. So. Alright.
A new queen is ready.
I think you thought about Baneling speed. Like, I need a lair. Which, As an interesting... Okay. Two Evos. I appreciate the initiative, but we'll just go with 2 to start. 2 is usually enough.
Queen ready.
No. A few more lings, fine. More hatches. It looks like most of the stuff... I mean, we're getting triple upgrades in a more timely manner than any Zerg tonight. So... there is that. We're getting all of the... well, not roach speed.
Good
Oh my god. I think that ling just body blocked. I don't even mind those Banes. Why don't I mind those Banes? Because at least they're after the upgrades have already been invested in. We already got an infestation pit. Just in case Slimy's like, you didn't like it when I made Banelings, he's better at it. He's put a lot more effort into having anything else.
Cooked up a fresh mutation finished.
So if we just, like, I can't even... if I didn't know better, I'd say the Ling Bane was actually... it was some of the most reasonable Ling Bane early I've seen. But that's because it's silver and there's no way to go wrong. Not because that was, like, a good plan.
Evolution.
What stops them from walking over and killing you? He has his overlord in position to see it, and he's periodically checked it. So, ideally, he'd see if his opponent was moving out. And he has... you know what's here to stop him? The actual answer is queens.
Complete.
So the queens, both seeing the army and the queens, can hold the line until you get a decent amount of units.
Mutation.
Okay, Spires... no. Not Spire. Nothing that comes out of the Spire before Brood Lords is going to be
now.
a good idea.
Queen ready. Brenda's ready to rumble.
Also, roach speed is very important for roaches. 60 drones. Okay. Okay, so you can right-click from the hatches to set a rally point. If you right-click on the minerals, it sets a drone rally point. If you right-click anywhere else, it sets an army rally point. Having a rally point is one of the most basic and important things in all of strategy games. So let's try doing that. And you can do that for all the hatches or individuals.
A new queen is ready. Mind out of that.
Rally point for units and drones.
Nice.
Potentially.
You're all mined out of that mineral field.
4 more queens. Okay, so here are the questions you gotta ask. Am I at 200 supply? No? Then why am I attacking? I have to say that being silver, this seems pretty insane. Remember, he's using my announcer. And he's obviously not played that many games. So, instead of a terrible, you've got a clean-ish slate. Though you still can't avoid the Ling Bane-ness. It still kind of comes with the territory.
Your brood is under attack.
Okay, so that is... I thought Lings countered Thor's.
New queen. Brenda's here, and she's disappointed.
So the queen... do you have your 0 hot... the queens are on the 0 key. I assume that's hotkeyed to something not 0. I'm not sure what, but hopefully... I never know what to do against Thor's. It is difficult. Like, Hydraling, maybe. Infestors and Neuroparasite is a lot to ask. Lurkers. Lurkers with Vipers are probably your... well, Lurkers in general. And Overwhelming Force. Like, Roach Hydra Lurker is the way. But, like, 200 supply.
Mutation done. You can
Mass Thor is not easy to deal with, but... usually, if you focus on it, in the Meta Leagues, you can get way more. Yeah, the answer is not Mutas. The least answer is Mutas. Of all the things, Mutas are the most expensive mistake. Like, Lings are a relatively cheap mistake. It's a mistake, but it's a cheap one. Mutas are a very expensive mistake. Mutas, just no. It's just a no. Mutas are a no.
The enemy is attacking your Zerg have evolved.
Like, the amount of damage you have to do... Oh, and they're gone. Okay, well, at least we learn now.
All done evolving.
Yeah, Lings. Now, Roach, Hydra, Lurker, and then throw the Queens in, but... But Lings and Banes are for people who can max out in the first 12 minutes of the game. Oh my.
You took all the minerals from that cluster. Your swarm is out. Mutation finished. Mineral patch is gone.
So Ultralists have two very important upgrades. I'm not saying Ultras are necessarily a good idea, but they're not as bad as Mutas, which are their armor and their speed upgrade, both of which are very helpful in not losing horribly.
Mineral field.
Honestly, at this level, Ultras are not a bad counter to Thors, assuming they don't max out.
Under attack. Panic time.
Especially when you build that many. Well, we had more Queens. The Queens. Ooh.
Just another replay to send in.
Yeah, the army. Eventually, we learn. So the Mutas are a no. The Lingbane is a no. The Queens are a yes. The 66 drones, 4 bases, Roach Hydra max out at 12 minutes. Sounds like a lot. Okay, which one of these sounds more complicated? I say 66 drones, 4 bases, Roach Hydra max out 12 minutes. Or Lingbane into 3rd, into triple upgrade, 3 Evo, into Lingbane, into Ravagers, into Mutas, into Ravager Ling, into Hive, into Ultralists. Which of those is more complicated now? Like, so... Because that was your build. Which wasn't much of anything. It was a stew of things that don't counter mech. For silver? No, for silver, that's a B+. I wanted to give it an A-, but we mixed in too many things that were not it. Like, that will be gold. The Terran will also be gold. He maxed out on Thors, so, like, everyone involved will be gold. Probably today, the beginning of the new season. Will it be better to max with 80+ drones? Yes. But 66 is more than 40. 80 is more than 66. But 66 is 3 base saturation, and that way you can pretend like you're doing something. So we've got an alright.
Oh, good. Now I have
We got Moe's.
Lugnud 182 is chilling for 1 month.
Thank you. Moe's is a master Protoss. Who's sending it in this, which is an interesting... Okay. Huh. Anyways, quick advertisement, we'll be right back. Hey everybody, subscribe with Amazon Prime or with money. Everything's amazing. Do it now or else. Thank you guys for sticking around. So what's it gonna be? Push chat. Place your votes. I'll be right back one moment, and then this could be the last. Thank you for watching.
이레디가 올라고 소수 병력 희생시켰어. 이레디. 예. 자 이렇게 해서 자 가면 뒤쪽으로 봐. 플레이그. 야 플레이그가 한 방입니다. 이제
Snow_Liger has gifted 5 subs to viewers.
Good. Now I have your
Well,
attention.
such commitment.
Bayvex is chilling for 39 months. Hail to the king, also subscribe or else.
Well said. Thank you, Bayvex. Give new maps.
New subscriber
Thank you, the feed.
detected.
I enjoyed this, enjoying this
Beard
segment.
underscore Ace is chilling for 12 months. Enjoying the segment.
Thank you, Stone Lager, gifting to the people. So, Mo says, I used to be Diamond, now Master, usually how it works, yes. Here is my progress. Yeah, okay, alright, we get it. Yes, yes. You've now used camera locations. Thank you. Everyone put on your motion sickness passes. Passes, both. I don't know, why not? Not scouting, well. That is quite an early Nexus. Is this a thing? Is there a thing here happening? Oh, you fuck. Yeah, there's some fuckery afoot. The 18 Nexus. Yeah, this is how I got Sylvesters. Uh-huh. Why are you using all these camera location spam if, like, all you care about is on the other side of the map? What is this? What is this? It's a parting build. Oh, that's always a good sign. Okay. Just take builds from probably the most micro-intensive Protoss in Starcraft history. That's a good idea. That's replicable.
The firstborn shall persevere.
And then it gets scouted.
Under assault.
Oh my god. I want to just put a strike, like, just, why? At this point, it feels like it's too much. It's too much. Alright. We get it. You have camera locations. You don't, like, it feels like it's now starting to take away from you actually doing your build. I want replay investigation. Okay, so his opponent is 5,000 MMR, which is Masters 1, which means we're gonna assume he has a brain. Here's the replay investigation. You wanna see the hacks? I'm gonna take you inside the mind of a hacker. Alright, here's what happens. Hacker. Okay. SCV sees no second gas, no second pylon. Where is the second pylon? If there's no second pylon, he didn't just forget it. It's probably somewhere else. We're looking. We're looking. It's not over there. It's not over here. There it is. Now, this is a little more extensive than I think most players would be, but it's definitely within the realm of possibility.
Pylon under assault.
I think he thought it was a robo. That's what I imagine. And I would be looking for a robo. But it's a gateway. So now we have this.
I'm here.
Glory to the Daemon.
Stupid ass dip build.
Enemy assaulting probes.
Oh no, he used the hard counter. Wait, no, there's a stalker. I don't even know, like, I don't actually know what the right counter is to this build, because you don't want to overreact, but it's also a weird amount of gateway units. It seems like it's been pretty well executed. I don't see any mistakes. Also, yeah, like, this is maybe above my pay grade. It seems like it's doing everything it needs to do. Well, it's kind of faltering here towards the end. Thank you, Obio. Yeah, losing all the adepts without shading away feels like too much. But still a ton of SCVs killed. You donkey. Oh my god. So the follow-up is to more gateway units. Alright. I mean... Oh my. Like, I think it's gone fine. Like... It's not been great. It's not terrible. Probably a little bit too much, like a few too many adepts and stalkers lost. How many SCVs? But you only killed 3 SCVs. You know what? Actually, wow, 1,700. Yeah, that did not go as well as I thought. I thought it was like 7 SCVs. No. Okay, so that was not great. I think the transition into Twilight needed to come a little quicker. No. Okay, what the fuck was that? Mr. Mose, what the fuck? This is exactly when you should be microing. You're not supply blocked. He's fixing it for you, don't worry. Like, your army needs to be fighting now. Looks like it's gonna be fine. Honestly, well, now you need vision. If the next thing you do is try to get vision, well, then I have no more criticism.
Under assault.
Okay, I don't count this as the next thing. Where is his army? What if it's at the 4th? Right now, I'm stressing. Where is the army? Is it here? No. It's still at home. Do you know that? No!
Nexus point under enemy attack.
You could just lose your 4th. Right now. Before you could respond. Like, I don't have any major criticisms on the build itself. Like, details. When you get the Twilight. When you're warping in Zealots or Stalkers, whatever. But, like, now this is the stage of the game. We're not talking about the build. We're talking about positioning and decision-making. And your decision, active or not, to not have any vision is, at the very least, very stressful.
Access point under enemy attack.
Oh, look! It's gone! The 4th is gone. Your army could easily fight his. But actually, no. The 4th is just gone, literally before you reacted. Who would have thought? I would have. That's why we're here. Like... And it's gone. As well as all the probes. That's how quick it hit. This is why observers exist. Or just like a zealot out there. Or a probe even. But instead... A pylon's a lot to ask. And also, why not just this base? Look at all that juicy gold. He's not building tanks. He's not building liberators. A high ground is actually useful against him. And since you're not getting any map vision, it's closer. Are you going to make the same mistake twice? Are you just gonna sit here with no vision while he kills your fourth again? Is this going to be another game where the Terran and the Protoss just circle around each other and we get into a base trade for no reason? Where is his army? Where is it?
Mineral field exhausted.
It's not here, apparently.
Nexus point.
Here we are again. So, Protoss, like, the don't base trade a Terran doesn't hold nearly as true as it did in, like, Wings of Liberty, because Protoss have Nexus recall. So, when you're base trading as a Terran, you're not actually base trading. You're losing bases, and they can recall to defend there.
Cluster expended. Probes under attack. Mineral field depleted.
So, a Protoss definitely can win a base trade.
Probes under attack. Pylon under assault. Pylon under assault.
Though this is a mess. Yeah.
Nexus point under enemy attack.
Well, like, this could have all been avoided by just, like, putting any effort into getting vision. Like, if by progress you mean you've done a donkey build and stumbled your way into Masters, like mid-Masters, well, welcome to Protoss. There was no effort put into winning the game here. There was a lot of effort put into just, I don't know, building the army, which I guess is what I say is the first step, but at no point did we try to figure out where his army was, how to deal with it. It was just kind of like, I guess I'm going, which, well, it worked, I guess, so.
Pylon under assault.
But some games, what if he, like, for example, hypothetical, what if it was just a 2 medevac drop at the 4th, and he was defending with the rest of his units? Like, what if it wasn't his entire army? It was just enough to kill the 4th. Well, then you do no damage, and you lose a 4th again, and you're just behind.
Pylon under assault.
Now, it wasn't, so here we are. But, like,
Pylon.
okay, like, you have not thought more than 0 steps ahead this whole game. You've put yourself in a base trade. What you have to do is not lose your only Nexus. Maybe, instead of your entire army coming back to counter his flying buildings, your entire army should have been standing on your Nexus, which you have. But in all your non-existent wisdom, you decided your whole army should stay in his main, while his army, for the every time, was off the map. So this game was, unfortunately for you, totally winnable. You have mining. He has floating command centers. All you had to do was not stumble around drunkenly in his main for a while you actually are mining. But instead, once again, your Nexus is entirely and totally undefended for no discernible reason besides your gross ineptitude. It's going to be a draw. This game, I think, ends up being a draw. Why? He doesn't have enough minerals to build another Nexus. He's close, not quite there, and he may lose every single probe. I'm not sure. And the Terran will not win the fight. Like, half of the Protoss army might be enough. It depends, but the Terran will lose the fight, so therefore will not be able to mine nearly enough to rebuild his entire base. And the Protoss will lose the Nexus, so this is a draw. He could recall. It's a little late now. He could recall if he ever looked for the fucking Terran army at any point, which would take any single amount of foresight or object permanence. Like, just because that Terran army is not currently in my face, shooting at my entire economy, doesn't mean it's not there. He could have recalled any point. He could have recalled recall at any point in the game, really. But he did not, so now a recall would just be suicide. it's too late now. Nope, it's way too late now. And the Nexus is gone, and so are all the probes, and it's a draw. Like, he is a solid 4 seconds behind, which is still 10 seconds faster than you need to be able to play Protoss in order to get to Masters. So he's fine on that. At least he won't lose the game. He'll just lose my and everyone else's respect. The beauty of this is he has enough for he mined 5 minerals more than he needs for a Nexus. But he lost every single probe with that Nexus. Every single one. Not a single probe just lazing around the map. So this was a lot of effort put into not winning a winnable game. I will say the Terran had a lot of opportunities to not lose either. So matchmaking working again. For the first time in this match, now that there are no bases left, like, you still have to fight the army. Yeah, that's a win against the army. The Terran is still mining. Oh my god. You see the struggle here. He's a Silver Leaguer at heart. You see the struggle. He's like, I've whittled down the Terran army to like 10 supply. But right now, he's trying to do basic division of like, in order to kill 10 supply of Marine Marauder, but then I would have to split my army into 2 parts, which is just, you know, not very plausible. He has, in this entire latter season, not the new season, the last one, not split his army into 2 separate parts. Here, you could just split it down the middle, take half, you could take just the Zealots, you could take just the Colossi, though that's a little risky. But he does, at some point, have to split his army into 2 parts. And this is the largest struggle. You can see it. Because all you can do now is not lose. He's fighting to not lose. Victory is gone. He cannot win because, unless the Terran fucks it up, of course. But I think the Terran's not going to make that mistake. He's going to keep that building in the corner. He can no longer win. But in order to not lose, we must make the most difficult action a Protoss has ever made, which is thinking about more than one thing at one time. So, let's see. All right. Does he manage it? Yes or no? 30 seconds. Like, does he manage to split his army into 2 parts and successfully not lose this game? It would have been very helpful before losing every single Nexus and every single probe. But, moment of truth, the people say no. I think they're wrong. I think he'll manage it. He has literally all the time until the end of the game now. I think he'll do it, but let's watch it in action. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh, wait. Looks like the Terran's going to make his decision for him. Okay, no, wait. Okay. So he sees. Yeah. Okay. He was trying. No. The Terran's still mining. Oh my god, it's a struggle. Is he just giving up? Oh. Oh my god, it hurts so fucking... You know, I'm just gifting subs just because chat's gonna need therapy after this. This is Masters, alright? This is what Masters Protoss looks like. And you say, Winter, why are you so salty at Protoss? I'm 1/3 Protoss, remember? This is what solid Masters Protoss looks like. The Terran is Masters 1. I think the Protoss Masters 2. He's struggling. Like, there's no mining, there's no production, because he's like, all you need to do is split the army into 2 parts. There's more than enough in half the army to win any fight. All we gotta do is split the army into 2 parts. Or more, but let's not get crazy. All right. Okay, 1 zealot. No, that... Wow. I mean, there were so many options. Technically, he did it. So, oh, there go the rest of the zealots. The thing is, zealots do not... Oh, did we see the minimap? Let's not worry about that. Oh no, the zealots are coming back. Okay, he split off 7 zealots. Alright. We're still doing camera location spam because he can't help it. No, the game hasn't ended. And a new game hasn't started. For someone who spammed camera locations for like most of the first 10 minutes, we're using precious few now. Okay. You see the struggle to not just select all army and A move. No, you're pretty fucking supply blocked, my friend. Alright, army moving in. Not the zealot. Not a micro happening.
Now I have
really
your
learning
attention.
object permanence out here.
Radiating Shark is chilling for 36
Thank you,
months.
Radiating Shark.
Well, hot damn, what do we have here?
Yeah, this is
3 years worth of $5
I said like
well
half
spent.
the army could win. This isn't half the army. By the way. This is 7 zealots, which is completely and totally beatable. And also he can just fly away. So there's that as well. The medevacs were spotted. Or were they? Oh, the orbital! 2 orbitals! Terran? If only there was 1 stalker with this, that would probably be burning by the end. The medevacs. Oh my god, the struggle. He's mining again. Snipe! Use the snipe! Oh, here comes the rest of the army. Okay. He's now regrouped up. We're back in the wheelhouse. Okay. Everyone's coming. Good thing we killed those medevacs. They won't be bothering us again. Okay. All right, we're consulting the strategy guide. I don't know. We are consulting the strategy guide. This is when he would usually take his macro turn, yes. Yeah, he's trying to fake out the... Interesting. What? He's faking him up. He's... I don't know what's happening. I actually... What's going on? What is this? I guess he's waiting for the medevacs? He's not moving. His army. But the Terran's mining. Or could be, at least. No, I'm not speeding at ×4. No. We need to see each action. What is going on? Are we just accepting a stalemate now? I don't understand what's happening. I actually, like... Have we come to diplomatic terms for a draw? I don't... What? There's no diplomatic victory. The Terran can still win. What's going on? We agreed to draw in DMs. What? Why would the Terran ever agree to that? What the fuck is wrong with him? What a bitch! Why did you use DMs? As well, that doesn't make any sense. What's going on? Classic Terran. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your souls. Yeah, I don't understand the DMs. I don't understand why the Terran would give this up. Like... Release the DMs. Alright, let's get Foya on the case. We played a game on ladder before this one as well. I'm sorry to hear that.
Shame.
Never forget the
Shame.
great splitting.
Shame.
The mental acuity. Oh, I mean, God. Oh, you must have taken that. You almost retired, I bet, after that, having to split the army into 2 groups. That was a struggle. Well, I guess that's it. That's the end. That's the end of Angry Coach. That was our first Masters game. Probably the least forgivable. So, no one won that game. I mean, yes, but also no one won that game. On top of that, not only did nobody win, everyone lost. That's how I want to put it. That was not a good game for the fans. Everyone loses. Thank you for watching. Like, subscribe, ring the bell. And, if we get 1 million likes on this video, I will find power mows, I will find a woodshed, and we'll figure out what else to do. So, smash that like button. Thank you for watching. Stay chill. We'll figure it out in DMs. Yeah. What the fuck is that? Why are you talking in game and then you talk in DMs? What? How? Also how?